The world is changing, and every counterterrorism professional I speak to in the federal government and overseas feels like we are at the doorstep of another 9/11, maybe not something that catastrophic in terms of the visual or the numbers, but that we can see it building and we don't quite know how to stop it.
It starts with a simple question and ends in objective reality. Through our journey from there to here, we find one another and ourselves. And as the next 24 hours breaks free from our last, we gaze onward in reflection of the day.
Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up.
September 27th, 2025. Thank you for joining me today. Quite the large, sprawling show. I really don't want to make this as long as we do normally for a reason maybe you'll kind of recognize as we go through all this. I want this to reach people today. If you're watching today, I really hope, regardless of how much you enjoy long shows or not, that you'll try to stick this through to the end, because it's important to me that I finish with the most important point, because of, as I've talked about recently more than once, just the way that I try to construct these shows for you to make kind of a larger point. Oftentimes I don't even really accentuate or say out loud something that's kind of meant to be kind of a running, an idea that I'm trying to, show you, that I see, allow you to decide for yourself. But I'm going to start with that point today, which is obviously what the deployment of the military, or rather the report of that about to happen in Portland, Oregon, and what that really shows us. I'm not going to go into it all right now. I want to make those points when we get to the focal point of it today, which will be the last segment. But just the general things we've talked about, the rationale behind why this is happening, why the DC move was first, why the kind of feigning of Chicago, Memphis, and then now Portland, none of which have happened yet. The importance of that next step from DC, because DC is a very different animal than a state. States' rights, the deployment, the military, pussy comitatus, and all these different conversations. But I want you to think about what that is and how in any real material sense, what's happening outside of narrative is different than martial law deployment, and what the right would do if that was Obama or Biden. And I made this point, I'll get to it in actually a post, that I really appreciated the exchange, even though I disagree with the person's opinion of the way it went down in regard to them arguing martial law might be necessary. The point was, I simply proposed, as I often do, if this was Biden doing this, and even for the exact same reason, which whether or not you think it's likely or possible, just hypothetically, that Biden was saying Antifa is a terrorist organization, labels it so, deploys the military to Portland to get rid of Antifa, or rather just domestic terrorism with kind of the lurking Antifa idea, which is what's happening. It's not really specifically being stated because of Antifa. Would you be okay with that? Even if it was actually just stated, we're going after Antifa and only them, would you be okay with Obama or Biden deploying the military on the streets to do so? I mean, realistically, I'm not in either context. And I think that's where most Americans are, because that's crazy. It's wrong. What they're doing is an abuse of power, regardless of even if you think the reason is justified. But more so that if it was, I would argue most people on the partisan side of this, the team sport politics would absolutely be jumping down everyone's throats if it was Obama or Biden, but make excuses for Trump. And then vice versa, we see the same thing. And we did during COVID-19. So we're going to go through quite a few topics, I think. And I'm going to try to do these as, kind of rapid fire if I can. As usual, I'll probably get lost in the show and forget that that's even the point today, but that's my intention to start. I have a few things I want to get into early, and one of them is going to be about Comey, just to give you an update on what, I was going to say, so as I'm saying, and I'm watching the Fox News page refresh, and I saw the title change. Great journalism today. It doesn't change the point. I just think that's so interesting how mainstream media can just like rapidly update their content, their titles, and there's not even an asterisk anymore. The state of current journalism is insane. It is, it's funny how that word gets stuck in my head. It is where we are, but I need to find a better word for how crazy all this is. But Comey, and importantly, what that shows us, and what I think is going to be nothing. Not because Comey doesn't deserve to be in jail. I think he does for many other reasons than even what they're pointing to. But I don't think that's where this is going. And another development shows you that that's already being floated as kind of where it's going to end up. despite all the hype and framing that it's going to, I'm going to wait and see, because even though I disagree with, I think, where everything is going, even if this, point is, I want to see these people in jail, just like I want to see, but due process, charged with a crime, presented evidence, and if they're guilty, put them in jail. But my point is, I think we recognize most of these people are conducting all sorts of criminal activities throughout politics. But we're going to go over where I think that's going. And again, give you my thoughts on it. I want to make sure we talk about Epstein and where that is currently, because weirdly I'm actually kind of shocked to see how little attention this conversation gets. It's still being talked about by, I think, like the majority of the undercurrent of the conversation, but the ones at the top of the kind of social media paradigm, even people that it's just weird how much that conversation has drifted away. And even our shows, like this right now, in my opinion, like the Epstein thing, what's going on with Gaza, Palestine, the genocide, and the constitutional developments. Those are like the three biggest things in my mind that I think immediately affect what we're doing. And, Israel infiltration throughout all of that, which is a major point of today's show. But Epstein, of course, we're going to update you on where that is and how crazy it is that people are pretending it's not happening, and how the Republicans are absolutely pulling punches around it. And of course, the undeniable overlap with Israel and why that plays a main factor in this conversation around Epstein. But UN, Netanyahu, you might have seen the conversations around this. I think it's important to highlight what that shows us. And this is really where we kind of dovetail with the tech infiltration, because he said something in this conversation that is pretty profound. I mean, not really just the comment about you have a piece of Israel in a previous discussion when he's referencing in the, 50 States One Israel conference, where all these politicians went to Israel and just kind of bowed to their leader, apparently. And ultimately, he kind of threatened him. As far as that's what I genuinely think. You can decide for yourself. I'll point to it again. But now he's recently in front of the UN, as a genocidal, warmongering murderer. All accurate terms. Currently wanted by the international community in multiple ways. And here he is being praised by our congressmen and women, both sides of the paradigm, by the way. Now, and to be clear, the UN is not just the United States, but the point being is that we're talking about New York. We're ultimately talking about a U.S. allowance of this whole process, which is very important to think about. But his statements there around tech, around TikTok, around a few different things, I think are very relevant to talk about. And what it shows you about what he did to Gaza, about what he said, about how he decided to manipulate everybody's phones and broadcast a certain message, which is not new, not by any stretch of the imagination, but it really needs to show us that this is beyond. I mean, the whole point is it's not just about Gaza and the the communications control. It's something much more than that. We're talking about devices that have their own security. They're showing that they have the ability to infiltrate tech worldwide. And I think we already know this. The pager attack, and I think it's very important to think about what this shows us as we go through this today, and many different comments that were made. And I want to overlap that with the recent XAI, which is very immersed with Israel and the essential government role it's playing. GSA and everything else, it seems. I want to talk about some points around Israel, but also get into, the ICE overlap conversation of what recently happened, the recent shooting, and the real point I want to get to. And all of these, hopefully not that long, but just kind of rapid fire points to build the way I see this in regard to the main point of deployment of the military, potentially, he's reporting, coming to Portland. And what that means. That's 3 different cities now. He's floated this beyond DC, and all of them in, states but outside of a DC situation. And I think it's important to think about what that will be, that precedent that will create, and where all this goes with all of the building of the domestic terrorism, and really to show you how Donald Trump's focus and Biden's focus are near identical outside of additional verbs and different words they use to accentuate the same thing. And so I'm going to highlight that again. We just did this. Like I said, I read over the the article Whitney wrote about who is a terrorist in Biden's America for the last American Vagabond. And reading the verbiage, the way that he describes this. And we'll even go through the document that, by the way, the White House has deleted. I only just realized that. Biden's domestic terrorism document. I think because they don't want you to recognize how it's the same execution with a few different flavoring points of left and right, but show you that this is going in that same direction, and where this is inevitably ending up if we don't, as Americans, stand up and express that we care more about our foundational, the fabric of this country, our constitutional rights, the many different things we all feign and point to and scream about until it comes to some kind of partisan block or some kind of team sport politics division. I like to believe that's not the majority. That's what I believe. But day by day, it's with all the noise and becomes difficult to see that. Now, let's start with one thing I wanted you to see. This is somebody who's often in our chat. I don't see her there today. Been a mod and come in our chat for quite a long time. I was going back and looking. Because recently I showed you yesterday, and I might even have the image still. There's been a whole thing going around about re-signing up for, I think it's right here, for YouTube, because we're letting everybody back on because we realized our mistake, whatever, the whole thing, even though it kind of ended up being, for some of them, like Jones, for example, got it and deleted again, which, I mean, you really can't tell by now that these people are literally like the best friend of the narrative for your government. And, like literally the people that are shoehorning the whole thing in for what they're trying to accomplish. That's my opinion, but I like to believe it's pretty clear. Things like that, I think, are meant to make a statement about, we're the ones being suppressed when clearly that's not really what's happening. But my point is, I recently went back to check on it again, and it simply says this now: the channel won't be put back on YouTube. We've taken a careful look at your channel again and confirmed that it violates. Remember, this was all about myocarditis being caused, like the overlap of the two things. That's really what this came down to. Medical misinformation about something that we can literally prove is like the most provable point of the conversation. Not to go into that all today. The point was I was going through that and looking at the other things associated with that other channel, and I noticed this. And this is, I said, the Eerie Fairy was the person's name. That's a kind of a OG in our TLAV community, often in the chat, has an entire playlist of just going back a long time, 1,359 videos. And I believe that these are all pirate channels. Now, you'll see them consistently repeated, when I'm using them, Chiro, whatever, Jonathan Parker. But if you go back, first of all, just being able to have a stop shop for all these videos. I mean, too bad it's on YouTube, but she's doing that for those that are only on YouTube. It's all right here for you. Miguel Sanchez, that's once you go back and look at these and look at how long we've been doing this and right now you're going to see a consistent kind of this one for a while, because that's what I've been using for a while, just because I'm getting, lazy, I guess, in the pirate stream. They haven't been censoring as much. But if you really scroll back and get, you'll start to see all sorts of different channel names. And I just find that really interesting to see how long we've been censored and how often, and my point as well is that you're not allowed to make new channels. Well, I haven't made a new channel. We're just basically, the whole Matrix style broadcasting our pirate radio through their platform. And I know that bugs them. I've seen comments, I've seen engagement, I've seen efforts to stop it. We're going to keep doing it. Anyway, thank you to Eerie Fair for putting this together. So if you guys want to check out some of these older ones, and I believe she's still doing it, she's even added redundance when it comes up from the two different channels. Anyway, thank you for doing that. Keep that for the show notes. Now, one starting note I want you to see that will, I think, just important to note. We talked about this in the other show. This is the ICE agent. Just quickly show it to you here. Who this woman was pleading with him, regardless of the legality around it, just as a human being. Not to say that he should have just let the guy go, but the point is she's going, I mean, again, I don't even understand the reality of the situation yet. With how many times they've lied blatantly about what's going on, it's basically, in my mind, a coin flip whether or not this guy was completely legal and they just grabbed him for any other reason or not. I don't know. My point is we've seen that very many times. She comes up to him afterward and says, please, she's pleading with him, please let my husband go. And she literally rests. You'll see it. She puts her hand on his arm in like a show of salt, like please, like right here, that right there, literally puts her arm on his arm, going, please, not a push. If you watch it, just very, very gentle, saying, please. And he picks her up and literally suplex, I guess, whatever you call it, throws her on the ground in front of her children, in the middle of all these people. Now, I don't care what circumstance you're talking about. That is so wildly out of bounds for what they are. These are supposed to be people that are more scrutinized than anybody. The upholders of the law, right? Obviously, that's not what this is. Really never has been for most people in this situation. Just be honest about it, going back a long way. Police have always abused their power. There's good, there's bad, but my opinion, it usually slants to the bad with bad power structures leading the charge, which has been our case for a long time. This guy's now been held accountable, at least for leave from duty, which I think that's what you're going to get in situations like this. I'm happy to see that. I just thought what that shows you, and I think this is why I'm starting with this. This shows you that, do you really think they care? I don't think a Biden or a Trump care. I don't think they care about any of this stuff. This is a reaction because people are upset. If they thought they had the momentum and they thought everybody was behind what they were doing, they wouldn't be doing this. This is a step too far. And they got rid of him because there was a massive amount of outrage just from a human sense. Just going, I mean, what was wrong with you guys? You could tell by the guy's face, by what he did, the way he reacted, what he said afterward. He hates these people. You can tell in the way he's reacting. It's my opinion, but you can tell by that he waited for the smallest opening to go after her with absolute hate and violence. Again, hate's my opinion. Violence, you can see. But I just think it's interesting that they responded to this, relieved of his current duties. I mean, if I were her, I'd sue him for assault. I mean, there's no reason that should have ever happened, regardless of what the circumstances were before. She didn't break any law, right? So it just kills me. But I think that's important to think about is despite all the everything's fine, house on fire, kind of cat turd people out there that are just like, this is the greatest thing ever. We're winning everything. When I don't think even the vast majority of Republicans even come close to that opinion. This is the reality. You crack through the door when you see that. That's my opinion, but I think you can see that if you look close enough. Now, also, this is the story we're going to end with today, last segment anyway. I just want to plant it in your mind. This is Time Magazine from today. Trump deploys troops to Portland, authorizes full force if necessary. Now, I kind of have issue with, unless it happened over the last so many hours, typical kind of mainstream media reporting, as far as I can tell, it hasn't technically happened yet. As it says, President Trump has announced on Saturday that he had directed the Pentagon to deploy troops to Oregon. Now, you tell me in the chat, unless I'm missing a report that just happened, I was under the impression that the reports had gone out, but they haven't officially deployed them, which is where we're at the AP article at the end of the show today. But if that's changed, somebody let me know, because that will definitely change my discussion. But the point was, they deployed them and giving them authority to use full force if necessary. I mean, just in what world does this make sense to anybody? I mean, just this kind of weird haze of just it's evil Democrats doing anything we act upon. It's just absolutely, we've lost the plot. We've allowed Americans who are blind, radical, and I mean, I'm not even getting into like extreme and radical, like the terrorism and left and right. I'm just talking about what the word means. People that have taken this to extreme levels, that you're so angry. It's like that guy, the guy and that woman, that's what that is. You feel so worked up and pent up about whatever they've created in front of you, whatever they've convinced you is everybody on the bad side. And any grievance you have is because evil left ideology, to where you will allow the government to take actions that are not just unconstitutional, but are borderline, I mean, not what we pretend we are as this country. Full force if necessary means that if they act or if they feel justified, they can murder somebody. They can shoot you in the street. And we already have seen the way these people are reacting. Now, of course, they're going to say, well, here's the point. Do you think if somebody's life was threatened, if Trump didn't say full force is necessary, they wouldn't respond with force? You see my point? We all know that they feel justified if they're threatened. They can say that because they feel like you might have done something and they felt threatened and they'll shoot people. We see this every day, especially with these like appointed, barely police officer ICE people. They're just scooping up off the streets. So now when he says full force if necessary, that you don't need to say that if your point is if my life is threatened, because that's already standard operating procedure. So he's simply giving them the nod to take full force on people who might just be protesting, who might just be like, this is where you know that fuzzy line begins, because we've already seen it. I'm not saying I know what's going to happen, but when you put these kind of clowns out there that are reacting irrationally like that because they feel a brown person in our country is why we're all going to die tomorrow, sort of the equivalent of they're all creating climate change, so we're all going to die tomorrow. The left and the right are both playing this game where everything's coming to a head, and if we don't act right now, we're all going to die in some way or another, or the whole country will be destroyed, or Muslim terrorists will take over tomorrow, and it's all this hyper. And at some level, you could argue there's a level of truth to some things around this. Because I can point to very clearly one group, one country out there that absolutely does things like that. Might not think that's where it connects back to, but my point is it's not, in any case, a justification to say, therefore, ignore the Constitution. Therefore, pass laws or actions or deploy the military in ways that do not align with our core values. This is what my main point is going to be today. The same thing I keep talking about. Principles. And I really think this has to carry through for us today, guys, because this is the abuse of everything we're dealing with. There's no world in which, if we believe in the Constitution and we understand the law or the Constitution and our existence and the law and how all of that is meant to bound the government, not the other way around. This is not there for us to be protected for them to be protected from us. Everything exists to make sure it puts restraints on government power. They've kind of flipped that on its ear to where now we're arguing that it's to keep them safe from everybody else. And apparently that's fighting for freedom. That's liberty. That's you fight in the deep state as you build it out. You know, we've lost the plot if we can't see this. And so my point is, if we find a situation where there's something happening, and I'll make this point about Loomer and others as we get through to that point, Let's just say people are abusing the situation. Let's say somebody is creating a secret background network of people that are meant to infiltrate and overthrow and, whatever else you think is happening. That, I'm sure that's going on in the world. How much you want to bet our government's doing that all over the world? The point is, if and when somebody breaks the law, whatever that looks like in any context, and yeah, I can argue there's a nuance to whether we argue laws are unconstitutional, but let's start with step one before we get into the weeds, because I agree with that. But let's just start in the basic reality that if a law is broken, enforce the law. It's not very complicated. Now, anything over the top of that, where they go, well, they're doing this and wink, wink. Also why I started with that clip, by the way. We see it building and we just don't know how to stop it. The point was, they're acting within their constitutional rights, but we think they're they're wink, wink, doing it just below the radar in ways that we can't arrest them for, but are building to terrorism. That's what her point was on Biden's side of it. And so what was the argument? Well, we have to remove those barriers. We have to remove those rights or create justification for why it won't matter in certain circumstances. Enter Donald Trump. And that's exactly what he's carrying out. So if it's a principle and it's about the Constitution or it's about, someone's breaking the law, charge them with that and be done with that. The idea that you allow the government to expand out its power to create some construct for why you might also be guilty, regardless of whether you broke the law under the current reality, is insane. It's over the top. It's government overreach. And it's exactly what we said about the left, just like it's happening with the right. And so I'll make this point as we go through continually. If we can't decide to err on the side of our principles, we're going to lose everything. And they are sure as hell using that against us. It's the same thing like fire in a theater, like anything else. You can make very rational, very justifiable arguments for why you might want to ignore shall not be infringed inalienable constitutional rights. But you see, those things don't make any sense because if they shall not be infringed, if they're inalienable, then that doesn't seem possible. But it sure sounds like it makes sense, right? It sure sounds like they're selling you on something that's going to be in your benefit until it's used against you, until the other side comes in and does it back, or however this always goes. So I'm sure I'm going to make this point probably 15 more times before this goes one way or the other. Hopefully it's that Americans pay attention and we start to call out the problem regardless of what side that it takes place on. So as he deploys military or about to deploy to Portland and the real point, guys, is not for immigration, right? Not for illegal immigrants, but for domestic terrorism. I'll read you the executive order, or rather what he's pointing to, but I'll read you the statements of deployment and what he said on his social media. This is about domestic terrorism. Now, what they're claiming, and this is the weird way they keep playing this like extension of it. This is it's just building out the same narrative is they're saying, okay, well, we're going to deploy these people to defend the buildings and ICE things that you're attacking, so it's like connected to immigration, but it's just domestic terrorists who are angry about, okay. So at what point does someone break the law? And if they broke the law, why don't you just arrest them? Why create this weird abstract? Well, we already went over that because they're building. Now, even if you think it's justified to do that, the idea is that you're allowing more power. And even if they act right now, they're doing it in ways that you think are rational and justified, and even they mean to do so. What happens when the next Democrat comes into power and they apply the same system back at you? And I mean, if you actually only think that it's just the Democrats or vice versa, you think it's only the Republicans, are we not able to rationalize or recognize how eventually that will flip around the other way? This is why a lot of us are just so fed up with the game, because these things are like square one basic logic. And the screamers at the top of the paradigm seem to carry the day, at least in regard to how they frame the whole conversation. Again, I'm of the mind that's not even close to happening anymore. I'm of the mind that most Americans are somewhere right in the middle of some left and right, leaning in different ways, but completely not in what the left-right conversation is anymore. I'm very, very convinced of that. So keeping this in mind, deploying military with full force, if necessary, to a place that's not overrun with crime. There's plenty of crime to point out, but there's plenty of right now I could point to many different Republican cities that are way more full of crime than Portland. It's because they claim it's the origin point of Antifa. That's really what it comes down to. They're not saying that out loud in many ways. Some of the commentators are. But full force if necessary to go after what appears to be the left should they protest against what's happening and where that leads us and what will happen if an event really does kick out. Or what about the fact that we all recognize the government in its history very clearly? The FBI, very importantly, documentedly has used false events to create action. Anyway, we'll come back to this. I want to start with Comey to make sure we see where this update is, because it's really interesting to me that this, of all these conversations, seems to be, just a very obvious, what's the right term for it? Like, it's not going to go anywhere. Like, it seems to be like, what would it be, a red herring, I guess? Like something that is thrown in order to make you think it's, well, no, I guess that's that's like a head fake. So this is something they want you to look at. They want you to feel is going to gain momentum. I argue so you're not paying attention to all the other things that they're failing you on. Even then, my point is this is not seemingly going to amount to anything. I certainly hope it does, in case you missed the beginning, because I think this person is a criminal. Legal expert sees no viable case against James Comey after Trump DOJ indictment. So this is a Fox commentator, and it simply says a former FBI director, James Comey, as he publicly defends himself against a grand jury indictment, one legal analyst and former assistant U.S. Hold on, did I? Okay, good. I was making sure I didn't. I'm thinking maybe I missed it. I accidentally closed an image for the podcast. Anyway, I'll just read what I have highlighted here. That was my point is earlier, this whole article refreshed while I was starting, and so I lost the highlighting, but that's why I take screenshots. Anyway, as Comey publicly defends himself against a grand jury indictment, which again, let's not forget, indictments are accusations, guys. That's all it is. Yeah, there's some level of evidence, but you ask anybody, it's very easy to maneuver these things with basically nothing. You could patch together a really cool argument that judges will go, okay, there might be something there. Go ahead. But then nothing happens. This is, I mean, again, what we said yesterday. You point to me, the last person in any position like this was held accountable, left and right, far back. I mean, you should point to any. I can't remember anybody outside of very, very few examples that really had nothing to do with things like this. Clinton. I mean, you can go on forever, but bottom line, indictments are just accusations. And it's easy to patch together. And I think this is done so in a way that is based on something that is almost guaranteed to fail. One legal analyst and former assistant U.S. attorney argues the case needs to be thrown out. He says, I don't think there's a case. Fox News contributor said, I thought it was a girl, Andrew McCarthy, said on Mornings with Maria, says the Russiagate stuff, I'm as big a critic of that probably as there is, they say. I wrote a book about it. I think it was a disgrace, and history will remember it that way. This indictment is not about that. And if you're actually, again, like most of these things, if you're honest about this, I mean, it's not like it's even debatable, guys. Trump has been speaking out loud about why he wants to go after his enemies. Now, you may feel like that makes sense because look, I agree. They did manipulate politically to go after Trump, but just like they all do back and forth all the time, it doesn't make any of it okay. Yes, they're crimes. Charge him for it. I agree. That's why I think he should be in jail. My point, though, is that clearly this is not new. It's constant how they do this. You know, they politicize everything and go back and forth. I mean, and so Trump now comes back in and you feel justified because he did do that. But so if he's just doing the same kind of thing back, using this, and even to it, this is what I was saying before, to a much more severe degree. You get stuff like this in kind of a broad scale that the left does, and it seems crazy. Then the right comes in and does it in a very specific way that pushes the envelope way farther. And that's how it goes back and forth and back and forth. And sometimes that reverses. But overall, you have a situation where he's going after him because the guy did do something, but he's doing it in a way that is weaponizing the justice system. And how do you think that's not going to spin back around the same way and go right back after you, right? And put right back all the January 6th and go after everybody else. You know, it's just this game of teeter-totter. And who does that help? It helps the power structure. It helps them keep us fighting ourselves and helps them build their power over our lives, as well as whatever foreign agent seems to be ultimately driving a lot of this. And it says, and then again, the indictment not being about that. He said point blank that he wants to go after them, whether they're guilty or not. I don't know. Let them find out. Well, that's not how this is supposed to work. You don't come at them and hope that it all works out in court. You have a case. And you know you have evidence that they're guilty, and you bring that case, and then you hope that the court system works out and they don't have a defense that'll stop it. You don't just throw it in there and hope it all works out. That is the weaponization of the system. That is creating a world where they will go after anybody for any reason. And guess what? That is despotism. That is authoritarianism. That is a dictator. Unaccountable situations where they can go after you for any reason, and then they got court systems that are bowing to them because they know they'll go after them if they don't, and then you end up in prison for no reason, or, sent to a foreign country for no justification. Yeah, we've already gotten there. Comey has declared himself not afraid of Donald Trump's Justice Department after being indicted Thursday for allegedly lying to Congress and obstructing congressional proceeding, it writes. Quote, the indictment seems to be premised on something that's not true, which is that Andrew McCabe, former deputy director, said that Comey authorized him to leak to the Wall Street Journal. If you look closely at what McCabe said, that's what she's saying, or he is saying, actually, is it Andrew McCarthy? If you look closely at what he said, what McCabe said was that he directed to a leak to the Wall Street Journal and told Comey about it after the fact, which I'm sure plenty of people will just disagree with, or because people, the bottom line is that I don't think regardless, it's going to end up in their favor because they're part of the club and you're not in it. Quote, so it's true that Comey never authorized in the sense of okaying it before it happened. The legal expert expanded. So I don't see how they can make that case. Well, they're sure as hell going to try. And just like the courts have been doing around all their immigration cases, they're going to laugh in their face when they patch together something clumsy, because Bondi, Pongino, and Patel do not seem to be able to tie their shoes, let alone present a case that's not based on anything other than absolute fabrication. But of course, Trump comes out and goes, great job, Cash. You're nailing it, as he's like getting ready to send him under the bus. Thank you, he says, for your leadership, Mr. President. Proud of the brave men and women at the FBI for their pursuit of the truth. Of course, what he's saying is, great job going after Comey, which I wanted you. He's just saying, good job for doing what I told you to do, even though it's hurting your career. It's like the rest of them. They are blind, absolute followers of Trump. Most everybody who's in this movement, who's like adherent to this top cut, they're Trump first, not MAGA first. And I'm going to show you some points about that. Very prominent people day by day are going, you know what? I'm not a complete moron and I have principles and I'm sorry, I have to call this out. I know you're out there. You're afraid to do it, I'm sure. But there's a lot of you out there that know this is wrong and just choose to side with the team. And I think that's pathetic. I think that you're better than that. They have convinced you that that's how that's supposed to go. Freedom Memes writes, we need to release the list. Vance says, Bondi says, the list is on my desk. Cash says, there is no list. Trump says the list is fake, made by Obama. Right. Point is, Epstein list, right? Everybody's like, if you go through these comments, guys, it's hilarious how many people and everything they do every single day is just like Epstein, 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 Epstein. And they pretend like it's not happening. This is one of the people I was talking about. I reached out to see if I have her come on for an interview. She did say she likely could. She's checking with her team. The patriotic blonde, who has 90,000 followers, says, I'm a 3-time Trump voter who worked his presidential campaign and can categorically state that you are both an embarrassment to me and a disgrace to the oath you swore to uphold. Resign. This person says, I could not be happier with how things are going. Complain all you want. All you're going to do is lose followers. This person says, like I care about followers. See, this is the mindset. It's like, really? We care about the truth. I mean, I do. It sounds like she does too. And it says, do you see any monetization links on any of my social media accounts? I say what I want because no one owns me. Good luck with that hopium addiction. Now, what's funny is I do think, just glancing, I think she has lost quite a lot of followers in the back because so many people in this movement are just blindly adherent to the team, guys. Hopefully she gains a lot more from the honest community out here that might not even be on Twitter. But I think it's maybe the 77,000 people that follow us that exist on this platform. And that's where it stops because we're not going up anymore. Who knows? But I'm glad to see people calling this out. If you look back through, her statement, her account, very much a MAGA pro-Trump, and then recognized there was a problem. She says here, and now we are on the brink of World War III. I'm a 3-time Trump voter and a constitutional conservative. I worked his presidential campaign, she says. And now I regret all the above. As from Epstein to Israel, he has completely betrayed us all. Who can disagrry with that? It's just people like Benny Johnson and Nick Sorter and Cat Turret out there going, we're doing everything the best way. You can't disagree. Not only are they not giving the Epstein list, they've lied to us repeatedly and been caught lying. Pretty sure the Israel war is still going, and Ukraine. But so she says after that, and before anyone starts, no, I would not have voted for Kamala Harris. And no, things would not have been worse had she won. Now, who knows? I can't agree with, I don't know. I think it would have been the same. I think both of them are the same point, which is kind of where she goes with that. Betrayal to the oath is betrayal to the oath. It's a uniparty. I realize that now. If I knew what I knew now, I would not have voted at all. And that's where we end up. Because when you realize that not only have they taken away abstention, which is your right to be able to put down a vote where that means I'm abstaining because I think the process is broken. And that's when you'd find out the 60% of the country that doesn't participate would jump up and be like, yes, we all see it. You're lying. Watch if that ever comes around. But also, assuming they even count them accurately and don't lie to you. But they take that vote away. They create a false binary and they create, the only way to not lose a rigged game is to not play. And she says, hey, I find retards that account. I found a couple for you, and shows FBI. And this person says, stop identifying as MAGA. You're a devil in human's clothing. You see how this works? So she's America. She wants to make America great again. That's obvious. And she has the same political stance. She believes in the Constitution, but she is no longer part of the team because you're willing to call out Trump. So what does that mean? Is it Trump first or is it America first? Clearly that's Trump first if she still believes America needs, okay, if let's just say somebody doesn't like Trump, but they still want to be MAGA. To them, you're not allowed. That speaks for itself, guys. And I don't believe that's the majority of conservatives. Now, quote that is usually attributed to Lincoln. It can't be verified that technically where it came from. Something that Bob Marley repeated in a song says, you can fool some people sometimes, but you can't fool all the people all the time. It's important to think about because I think that is historically very true, right? People can be fooled. We get fooled all the time. All of us have been fooled in our lives, but you can't fool everyone all the time. And right now, that's what we're seeing. We're seeing the reality that they need to fool their entire base because they're spitting in their face, saying it's raining, And so the point is that you can't. People are starting to wake up because not everybody is a blind, childish follower. I don't think that's the majority of people, my opinion. And at some point, you find a breaking point, right? And when you got the modern day globals like this coming up and just constantly lying to you in the most childishly hyperbolic ways, it's kind of easy to see. This guy comes out and says, it's truly one of the most heinous things that has ever happened in the history of our country. What do you think? What could that possibly be? COVID-19? The genocide of the Native Americans? I mean, you could go off for like 100 severely crazy events, right? He says, James Comey, as the head of the FBI, tried to lay a trap to remove a duly elected president. Oh, that's what it was, right? The lead an actual coup. Oh, okay. So then why did you only arrest him for false statements? So you're telling me false statements and the rest you can't even prove, and that seems to be falling apart, is truly one of the most heinous things in this country? The guy's a complete clown. He is doing this because it's the same way Trump acts. Whatever their current focus is the most important thing you've ever seen in your life in any solar system in the world, where, just go in such a ridiculous, abstract way. Sure, you could think it's important, but to pretend it's one of the most heinous things we've ever seen in this country's history is an insult to anybody who has suffered by some of the most heinous things that our government's done and others have done. It's just an insult to your intelligence. So he wants you to believe, by the way, that something like this is less more. So Comey lying in front of Congress is more heinous than, for example, as Pete Hegseth says, under my direction, the soldiers who fought at the Battle of Wounded Knee will keep their medals. This decision is final. Their place in history settled, until the next administration does something else. These people are so all full of hubris and the pompidity. They're pompous. The point is that simply, my decision's final until the next person changes that. These people are ridiculous, but what he's talking about should bother you. I don't even know why they would feel the need to do this. And I think it stems back to some kind of weird, whether that's what you want to call it racism, whether you want to call it some kind of, I don't even know how else you would frame it, that you're taking the side of something unnecessary that goes back to some well-documented atrocities. As Derek Bros says, the military killed and raped natives who had already surrendered. These are killers, not heroes. It's a really famous story about what they did to people at Wounded Knee. It's a terrible battle. And they're just going, never mind, because anything America. So all they're showing you is that we're going to rewrite whatever we want. We're going to make our guys the winners in history because that's what we do. They're just so lazily open about it. They just don't, we're good, America good, anything else bad. So if it's America, then we win and we did the right thing. Shut up. It's like they don't even care that it looks dumb. I honestly think it's just they're incompetent and they don't even know how to do anything other than that. But it's just frustrating. Patrick says at some point you just have to assume that he's an actively evil person. Well, he's doing what he's ordered to do. It could be his decision. I doubt that. But either way, I would agree. They're all very similar in the way that they act and think. But he says this was a massacre of mostly women and children. By the way, guys, it's not hard to look up. And it's not like, okay, if you think, of course, we could be lied to about history, question it, right? But go for yourself and do a deep dive on this topic. And you tell me that the vast majority of well-documented, like what we have to look at backs up this story, other than people trying to say, look into it for yourself, and you walk away telling me that this makes sense. Largely unarmed, one of the most shameful events in American history. But, not according to Goebbels over there. Comey lying in front of Congress, that's the top of the bar. Okay. Carrie says, the right says left-wing extremists are the biggest threat. The left says right-wing extremists are the biggest threat. But the biggest extremist threats come from the people in power on both the left and the right, who are building our digital surveillance prison, police state with shady technocrats, dragging us trillions deeper into debt slavery, left or right, by the way, protecting predators, waging never-ending wars and empowering corrupt regimes, still both sides the whole time, perpetuating the corporatocracy, and dividing and conquering the masses so they stay fixated on left-wing and right-wing extremists and not the ones dragging them deeper into this authoritarian dystopia. It'd be lovely if people could just be logical all the time. Jason Bassler, what MAGA thinks the threat to America is. Now, I'm talking about, whether he is or not, I'm talking about the team sport politics. Not like, for example, the one we just saw, the woman who very much wants to make America great again, but recognizes Trump's lying to her. But so the team sport politics, what they think is a threat to America. Antifa, MS-13, immigrants, radical left, drag queens, George Soros, woke college kids. What the real threat to America is. AIPAC, Palantir, Digital IDs, BlackRock, Peter Thiel, technocrats, Flock surveillance. Now, you could also include anything that you think, point is the larger threats to our way of life. Now, do you think Antifa is a large threat? Well, if you do, we'll go arrest them if they're breaking the law. Same point as before. But if you're some abstract, shadowy background, okay, are you sure? Did you prove this? Even if you think that's happening, at what point did they break the law? If they're not, then what are we talking about? You have to understand, like this, we can't, like it's funny, they've almost turned us all into exactly what they always pretended we were. Like these blind theorists about things that aren't even really there. The reality is we should be considering our who's conspiring against us, theorizing about the people conspiring to put our lives into some kind of panopticon, not abstractly assuming the ways the government need us to allow them to control your life. MS-13, for example, they're gang members. Yeah, that's it. And by the way, pretty sure it started in LA. Arrest them if they break the law. It's pretty simple. Immigrants, the idea that we can, I can get into all of these, the idea, radical left. If they break the law, put them in jail. Everything else beyond that is abstract. Now, AIPAC, for example, is a lobbying group that literally funds your politicians to destroy your country. There's crimes all over the place. Palantir is quite literally breaking the law every single day while they illegally surveil you and absorb all your information and work with Israel to commit a genocide. Plenty of crimes there. You get the point? Now, there's crimes you could point out, but see, in these individual things, you're getting into abstract, like large. This would be like saying, arrest AIPAC for undermining democracy. It's like, okay, well, what does that even mean? Is there a law? That's what we're doing over here. They're committing terrorism. Okay, where? What way? They break a window? Go arrest the person who broke the window. Instead of going, everyone's a terrorist because that guy did something. Now, I'm making it oversimplified, but the point is still the same. The principle is the same. Now, what Jason writes is MAGA has no clue who their real enemy is. And I agree. It's one of many of Palantir cozying up next to a genocidal president of Israel. Now, in regard to Epstein, because obviously we can't decouple the reality of Israel and what they're doing in this country and the Epstein story, because it is the same. If you're truly honest with yourself about how obvious this is, if you've read Whitney's books, if you understand the way that this is even bigger than the United States, but what this network is obvious. Now, whether you want to argue he was a Mossad agent, CIA agent, or worked for both, or as well as an FBI informant, it's debatable, right? Because I can't prove that he was literally part of the Mossad or whether he worked for them or not. But the reality, as Acosta said more than once, and people have verified more than once, he was connected to intelligence in both sides. So it's obvious to see that this was a running blackmail network, which is what Israel has been. That's might as well be tattooed on their, a patch on their shirt. It is clearly something that they are constantly seeing. Like, I can't find the right word. Known for. There's a good way to say it, but the point was something you can document Israel being involved in for a long time. Blackmail networks and that kind of like espionage is something they've done for a long time. Jason Bassler says and to be clear, the U.S. too, but the reality is if you look into it, Israel is known for this kind of thing. The House just dropped Epstein docs showing Peter Thiel was scheduled for lunch with Epstein in 2017, which are some of these are squeaking out. So what's funny about this is, okay, that now we have a new document we haven't seen before. Donald Trump, Bondi, you still there? What happened? I thought you told us there's nothing else. I thought there was nothing else. Everything else was victims, Kash Patel. Oops, here's more. Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, our bad. You see where this goes? Now imagine how much more is still there. So let me show you what I'm talking about. It says years after he became a registered sex offender, Peter Thiel was having lunch with him. And so too were plenty of them. When we say Epstein's friends are building your future social credit score, we aren't exaggerating. Anonymous simply points this, or whatever the account is. I believe this. Oh, it does look like the original. America is finally united. Epstein files should be released. MAGA Republicans, 82. Republicans, 83. Independents, 86. Democrats, 90. No, it's MSNBC. Regardless, it's a poll. But what's funny to me is to see how clearly that everybody's aligned on this. And I'm talking about average people, right? It seems everybody everywhere suddenly wants to find out whether our governments are breaking the law. Wow. Because this is the reality, guys, that everybody always wants this, but we're only usually aimed at one side. You know why this makes sense? Because each side secretly thinks it's only the other side. It's fantastic. The reality is it's the government, and this is what many people are starting to recognize. But because each side secretly thinks it's only the other one because of their side's narratives, everybody wants the files released, which has pretty much shot them in the foot. Because let's be real, guys, this is not left or right. This is the government. That's the only way you can influence in policy is if you manipulate the government, not just one side of it. So this childishly stupid argument that it's just the Democrats, deep state, how does that even possibly make sense? So you're telling me the deep state needs to hope Republicans fall in line with their policies? I mean, you can't make sense of how dumb that is. Clearly, it is something that infiltrates the government to be able to control the government, not spend decades keeping one side in check to hope the Republicans don't fall. It's just silly. But that's what you get from the classic manipulators out there. Thomas Massey, if Speaker Johnson tries to use some special parliamentary procedure, he's been talking about this, the different ways he's trying to manipulate this, and one of them is not allowing the recent politician to be sworn in. He says to stall the Epstein petition, Massey said it would require 218 votes. And if you participate in that vote to sideline the discharge petition, now you're part of the cover-up. Well, that is what's happening. First, this just included, should have put this somewhere else. Patriotic Blonde says, you Republicans are wild. And I do think this is incredible. Just this Thomas Massey, Liberty Score. Was this from exactly? It looks like the Conservative Review. A for Thomas Massey, 96%. And they call him a rhino, right? Liberty Score. Lindsey Graham, F, 43%. And they call him MAGA. Why? Because Trump endorsed him. See, it's blind following, guys. And I don't believe that's most conservatives. All I'm asking for is those of you out there who have principles, who don't like that you're represented as some child following along, speak up. Show people that you're not a moron, because I believe that. I fight for that every day because I know that most Americans are not this easy to be played. I've seen it throughout many different times of our conversations. COVID-19 proved that to us. But here, and shocking moment, really American points out, Speaker Johnson refuses to swear in newly elected Democratic Representative Grijalva, who is the decisive 218th vote to sign a discharge petition to release the Epstein files. Now, again, maybe this might have changed in the last couple of hours since I organized the show, but what's important about this is this was the vote that would have changed that and allowed it to go forward after the recent kind of down vote in regard to the thing that was included around it. And so the point is that he's stopping this under the guise that she's, we got to wait and make sure it's all confirmed, even though he literally just did so with a Republican without doing that. They're all just that childish. They both do it. It's not unique to one side, but it just shows you these people are kindergartners acting like that in every context. What's important to recognize is that she was going to be on the side of the releasing of the Epstein files, and Mike Johnson is dragging his feet or threatening to leave on recess and whatever else we're talking about. Back in July, New York Times, Speaker Johnson said he would shut down the House until September to block a vote on calling for the release of the Epstein files, because that makes you look innocent, doesn't it? Elon Musk says there's only one reason to avoid releasing the Epstein files. Oh, he knows, right? He knows because it looks like he's on it. Here is Brian Allen, and this is some of the stuff that was recently released. Epstein's private calendar shows Steve Bannon, Peter Thiel, and lunch with Elon Musk. Prince Andrew was booked on his jet. These files were in the DOJ's hands for years. Why weren't they released until 30 seconds ago? It's a good question. Why wouldn't have Trump or anybody else released it? There's no victims involved here. So guys, it shows you they're lying to you every single moment. But again, that was easy to see from day one if you're not a completely blind follower. So this is the thing I thought was interesting. I'll just show you. I'll just go through them real quick. Now, this, by the way, this is screenshots, but this is very prominent conversation. That's why you could find this. Let me see real quick. I thought I actually grabbed one that had maybe not. The point was this was a very prominent, this has been released and discussed. So look it up for yourself and you'll find it very quickly. Usually I include it, but I was kind of rushing this part this morning. Anyway, the point was you could see launch with Peter Thiel. And of course, they also have it blocked. Ask yourself why that is. right? I mean, you could argue it's names but is it though? I mean, I don't think so. I think some of these things are just details that are important to hide. Breakfast with Steve Bannon. I'm sure he's not happy about that. This one, reminder, Elon Musk to Island, December 6th. Is this still happening? I find that very interesting too. Prince Andrew. This is not new though. Anybody who's already paid attention, this stuff's all public. You already knew all this. Maybe myself, say for Steve Bannon, that's the first I've seen him mentioned in there, but I'm not, I'm not the best person to go into all the real-time details, but overall, like in regard to, my point is I'm very immersed in this and I have a lot of insight over a lot of people, but somebody like Whitney Webb would be the best one to go to for recalling every single name, for example, with her photographic memory. But Elon Musk to the island. Why, again, just in case you missed it, the fact that this just came out shows you that they've been lying to you. There's nothing in that they should have held back on other than the fact that there are a bunch of names that are connected to Donald Trump. And it also says party with Bill Gates. It's just not hard to see this. This is our point about this being a larger thing of not one side or the other. Evan Loves Worf says, frames Elon Musk, who's responding to this as Sky News reports that Elon Musk and Prince Andrew named in the latest Epstein files release. Yes, it's very true. It's easy to look up. And Elon says, shame on Sky News for this utterly misleading headline. Anyone pushing the false narrative deserves complete contempt. Epstein tried to get me to go to his island and I refused. Yet they named me even before Prince Andrew, who did visit. Okay. We read exactly what it said. So in the release of files, your name is there. That's all it says. It's not misleading at all. You just don't like what it suggests. The point is we can't prove whether you win or not. You claim you didn't. So the fact is, yes, 100% accurate title. Yes, he was named in the recent file release. They're not claiming he's on the Epstein list, which they get blended together. That simply means a list of people that were actually bought trafficked women that they still won't release for you, even though Massey and the rest have already told you they could. This is true. So I find it very interesting. And what's even funnier is Evan says, help someone is doing to me what I do constantly. Perfect. It's true. It's exactly what he does, or all of them for that matter. Now, on top of that, this came out today or yesterday. Jeffrey Epstein accuser Maria Farmer says she reported Donald Trump to the FBI in 1996 and 2006 for a disturbing encounter. At some point, we should probably just play these, but they're really long. But I include this yet again. This is Epstein victim Maria Farmer speaks with Whitney Webb, full phone call, part 1 and part 2. And she goes over all this stuff. Now, as I said before, this is Whitney Webb being contacted by Maria Farmer and just wanted to have a phone call. Really, the original point was just to have a phone call to kind of, discuss what they might want to do. And they ended up recording it. And she was okay with us just publishing it. And so really just her story, right? That's not something we can verify every single detail she says because you can't. It's her story about what happened. And that's very reportable, especially within context of this conversation. And that's all we ever framed it as. Her statements about what she went through. And it's just amazing the pushback you get from stuff like this. But I find it relevant also to realize how little engagement it gets. This was pinned to the top of my account all day. 290 views. I mean, it's just transparent to see how obviously this is being suppressed. But watch it for yourself to know how to reach the stuff on our website, even though it's blocked in 17 different ways. It's important to hear. And this is just funny to me. Really, this is what is it called again? Oh man, I'm blanking on the name of the show. What was that called? That's so crazy. Oh, it's right there. Wheel of Fortune. And it says, release the E and then blank, blank, blank files. Trump says, Earnhardt, excuse me. And I wasn't even sure if this was real at first. Yes, Donald Trump is claiming he's going to declassify the Amelia Earnhardt. I don't know if that's a joke. It just shows you how they just think that's easy to play, guys. It's lazy. I mean, look, is there possibly something interesting about what they know around the story? Sure. There's a whole theory, but it's like, why of all things with that, unless it relates back to some weird espionage or maybe, who knows, or aliens, who knows? And maybe it's super interesting, but are we going to pretend that that's even remotely close to the kind of things that we're actually dealing with right now? Like the idea that your government might be blackmailed by a foreign power, but here's some interesting conspiracy theory content. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I would be interested. I'd love to see it if they actually give you something that matters. But are we going to pretend like they'd ever give you anything that would actually hurt them? It just seems embarrassing. Now, on that same, speaking of embarrassing, same point I made before. I'm glad people are calling this out. Kash Patel will literally tweet evidence to jeopardize an active investigation. He tweeted out the bullets I mean, and hours. It was in the middle. No one had seen this. He jumps ahead of everything, tweets it out. You know, a preliminary investigation, but here's what we found. Right? Isn't that, don't they always say we're not allowed to comment and ongoing? Okay. So he can literally tweet evidence that will jeopardize an active investigation, but will tell you his hands are tied when it comes to releasing the Epstein files. This is just incompetence, guys. That's what this is. You tweeted that out. You made your, I mean, he clearly seemed so desperate to be seen as the one in charge, to be seen as the one giving you the information. I'm running this when I have a sneaking suspicion he's not even in the loop. That's just my gut for some reason with what I see. But either way, regardless, I find it hard to believe, quite honestly, but it's what I feel, is that he will put this out there in that moment when there's an ongoing investigation. And any detective will tell you that that's absurd, especially since that may be a clue that they don't want to release because that might interest them in regard to what they're... And look, and I'm just on the other side of it. I'm, as an average person, I hate that they do that, but I understand why that happens if they're honestly trying to find the clue. So it's just crazy to me that these people are even there. But don't worry, because the important stuff is being handled, right? Carrie Lake wants you to know that we're on the real stuff, guys. Breaking down the real stories for you, finding out the real important stuff. For example, like who was behind the escalator gate, as Laura Loomer wants you to know. Because it's real important, guys. And what it really ultimately shows you, as Carrie Lake will tell you, is that the globalist deep state is on the run, guys. It is on the run.
Because we did not want to let this moment pass by. What happened on Tuesday, what Donald Trump did on Tuesday, resets the agenda for this country, and that's why they hate him, and that's why they want him gone.
Oh, you mean his fumbling, sprawling conversation and accusations? Like his literal, if you want to waste your time and watch him on that disgusting, I mean, guys, he's being made fun of all around the world. Other than in this kind of weird fake bubble on Fernity, whatever this platform is. Guys, it's embarrassing. And it's not like I hate Trump and I hate I think they're all as authoritarian and problematic as any other government. The point is that clearly what he did was stand up there and rant about people that hurt him and people that went after him and what he did and how great he is and how someone's in trouble for the teleprompter. I mean, as an American, it's embarrassing. Just as embarrassing as watching Biden up there barely able to pronounce his words. It's the same thing. So my thing is that the fact that they want to frame this as all of them did, like before it was even done, Jones and Johnson, they came out and said, this is the most iconic UN speech in history, because that was the goal, to reset the thing, even though it didn't happen. Now, yes, is it possible that they messed with that to mess with him? Sure. I wouldn't doubt that at all. But it also happened to 3 other people who were in the middle of their speeches about Israel's genocide. So reconcile that for me, make sense of it. Who's going to go after Trump because he's speaking out in support, which would make sense in a larger conversation, but then also happen to people who were speaking about the genocide. Funny how those don't get shared together.
And that's why they cut the teleprompter. That's why they tried to trip him up on the escalator.
And by the way, neither of which you can even remotely prove that anyone was involved with anything, and it could have been a glitch. Do I know that for sure? No. But here's my point. These are people on a mainstream channel and a member of Congress, I believe, right? She still, I don't even know. She still, and you can make fun of me. These people are very unimportant to me at the long run, are on this platform telling you that they know that happened because it works for them. Why not? They just wanted to go after him and trip him up. You can't prove that. So now you're literally creating a conspiracy. You're theorizing about a conspiracy against Trump for an escalator, and a teleprompter. So we're the conspiracy theorists, right? As we break down the information we can prove, and good. We should all be able to theorize about conspiracies. But the stupid thing is to come out and act like you know for sure. Just like that.
That's why they cut the microphone. They didn't want people to hear his strong, powerful message of we the people. Not the globalists, but we the people. And
right, we the people, except Muslims though. But we the people, except Palestinians. But we the people, guys. Except unless you're on the left though, not the left. But we the people, other than Antifa. Those guys aren't part of it. Get the point? But all of us together, except all those groups. People are clowns.
I thought it's really gonna change the way the global structure works.
We hope so. And imagine, by the way, all things.
Oh my God, did she really say that? I mean, think about what she just suggested, that Trump's rambling speech that is really embarrassing to watch, don't take my word for it, go watch, is going to change international policy. Like really, that I mean, look, a great speech barely does that. This is just hyperbolic nonsense. And it shows you how completely in the clouds these people are, or desperate, depends on how you want to look at it.
Structure works.
We hope so.
It was really going to, it's really going to change the way the global structure works.
We hope so. And imagine, by the way, all things being equal, if that happened to Joe Biden and there was no teleprompter, he wouldn't be able to deliver the speech. Donald
Probably not. Who cares though? Why are we even talking about that, right? So Biden was so dumb, right? Yeah, high five. That's all they're doing. That's just, it's silly. It's childish. But I agree, Biden's an idiot. But what point does that have with anything? Why would that even be brought up in a conversation? Why? Because secretly underneath it, they know Trump was embarrassed. That's why. My opinion.
Donald Trump is not Joe
Or
Biden.
if the stairs just stopped on him, that would have been really bad.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Oh, he's an old man tripping. What? How funny. People are so ridiculous. And Trump even had to lie about what happened. He pretended they were on it. You can watch the video. They hadn't even stepped on it yet. It's just so funny to me. People are so childish. They just can't be honest about the dumbest things. But that's partisan politics for you guys, which is, by the way, very clearly represented by all the screaming partisans, the team sport politics types. Now, as Electron Intifada points out, U.S. media barely touches Epstein links with the Israeli intelligence, very clearly doing their best to keep away from that obvious overlapping point. But as Bondi says, whether you're a former FBI director, whether you're a former head of intel community, whether you're a current state or local elected official, whether you're a billionaire, she's just specifically naming, without naming, the people they're aiming at, which are all Democrats, right? That's just what she's doing. Everything's on the table, except our people, except everything that Trump says not to look at, except. But you lefties, everybody, yeah, unless actually you're an Israeli official arrested in Nevada for child sex operations, right, Bondi? Who they just let fly home and no one's talked about it again? No one's above the law except anybody Trump tells you to ignore, right? Or all those people the SEC they made drop. All those criminals who literally robbed Americans during many different points. Let them go. They're Trump supporters. You think that's unique to one side or not the other? You're not paying attention. As Adam says, this you? As Bondi says, no one's above the law. Today's indictment reflects, the accusation that's leveled against Comey that's probably not going to go anywhere reflects the department's commitment to holding. Yeah, it sure does. The absolutely lack of any kind of gumption you guys have. Overall, no one's above the law. It's the dumb. They both do it. The left does it all the time, and you should laugh at it when they do it. The same thing here, because obviously they both pull punches where it interests them. And the same point applies to the Israeli rapist they let go home. Also, on the point of free speech that I find interesting, never had this problem. Teams behind Epstein Trump statue reacts to its removal. It's just so petty and small, right? So somebody puts out a statue of Trump holding hands with Epstein, and engraved was the birthday note, whatever. And Trump had to have it removed. Of course, he had to lie about it because legally it was allowed to be there, because they did. They went through all the proper channels. What they claimed was that it was too big. The permit they had wasn't the right size. Even though if you read it, they had their contract was said, if it's going to be moved or changed, we have 24 hours. And they didn't even contact him. They just cut it down, broke it in half, went away. Because they're petty, small people, and that they're willing to abuse their power in a legal way for something as dumb as that. Think about how small that is. And yes, they did. They abused their power to do this. And now how about the whole statue thing, right? You got people taking down statues of historical people, which I equally think is ridiculous. And you got Trump taking it a whole step further and taking down somebody's statue they had a right to post, they legally paid for, who have free speech right, because he didn't like what it showed. That is the dumbest version of the whole thing, right? You have left taking down historical statues. At least they have an argument for why they think it's somehow wrong. I think they're dumb for doing so, because regardless of your point, it's history. You can't rewrite history. Well, this is even worse. It really, despite the right people, the right team sport will never admit to that, because they'll, either way, this is a free speech matter. Just like this is. Fanny Johnson, breaking. The FBI has fired the agents who were photographed kneeling at a George Floyd protest. Why? Because you don't like their politics? Yeah, exactly. And you guys are praising that? You're praising how small and closed-minded you are? Like, this is so crazy to me. But they're going after the real stuff, right? Epstein files, pshaw. Here are people that kneeled. You're fired. Guys, these are just laughable. I get what you think you're doing. Oh, they kneeled and we're supposed to be against that, so fire them. That makes them lefties. Or maybe they just agreed with the logic. I shouldn't even say it like that because I'm not saying that's something you should kneel for. What I'm saying is they might have agreed with why that was being done in their minds, right? Or maybe they are lefties and they're just going to fire anybody with a certain ideology. Like, everything about this is illegal. How much you want to bet they get sued for this? Firing somebody for kneeling, how do you even know whether they meant that? What if that guy kneeled next to him just because he was tired and they did it? Like, you don't know is the point. It just kills me how ridiculous this is. And everybody in the chat, that's cool, crazy. Where's the Epstein files? Exactly. How pathetic. And of course, Johnson and the rest are all out there cheerleading for whatever they said that day. That's what their job is. Now, let's talk about the UN, Netanyahu, and the infiltration of this country. As Sean King says, and you might be not surprised at all to find out that yet again, Netanyahu gets up there and talks about burned alive babies. And as you're right, as the squirrel who's been covering this from the very beginning, 0 babies are burned as confirmed by Israeli official records. And for those that don't know that, we've gone over this 75 times. If I had to bring up everything to reprove everything we ever said, sometimes I do, but this show would end up being 11 hours long every time. The truth is, you can prove this. If you care to look, it's always there. Haaretz, even Times of Israel was forced to admit that they had told you this wasn't real. The beheaded babies, that was embarrassingly broke down when Biden was in power. And here we are, where he gets back in front of the United Nations as a war criminal, as somebody who is charged and should be arrested by any associating entity of the ICC, ICJ, should be arresting this man. And instead, they praise him. You saw the left and the right. I've been seeing people make like a bunch of UN members walked out when he was there. Good. I'll show you what Mike Flynn said about it. I find it really ridiculous. But one person trying to make a point about how when he was in U.S., all the Democrats got up and left. Well, guess what, guys? Or rather, they didn't. The point was they both did that. And see, people are just so dishonest in the partisan field that they can't even be honest about the fact that both of them, he got standing ovations from both sides. Honestly, the only people that seemed to have not were some of the Democrats. But in my opinion, most of them are actually secretly supporting anyway, if you watch the way they vote. It's all just a game of politics, and most of them are trying to play that game. But he lied, guys, again. And you know what's crazy? Most everyone in that room knows that. Sean says, my God, not one baby was burned alive in front of their parents on a front of anyone. He is so used to nobody knowing the truth that he thinks these lies still work. And he says, name the babies, name their parents, show us them before this happens. They don't exist. And that's and damn them for making us have to do that. Just like the lie they told about the rape, which, by the way, nobody brings up anymore. You know why? Because they got proven to be lies. The woman with the gray pants, who they used to make an entire movement, came back and said she was not raped, that it was her ankle that bled, like we said, that made sense. And then maybe else someone got raped. We'll find out. We'll do the evidence. We'll look at the evidence. Nothing. Now, one example has been proven to be the reality, and that's the one they were pointing to. And yet we can prove at least 4 people we can prove were raped by them in prison. The one that was a famous case, 2 more on top of that, and a child that they've talked about on Amnesty International and other platforms. And way more than that if you understand the real topic. I'll include this just to bring it up. In case you don't think this is the reality, here's the leading Israeli human rights group called B'Tselem, who did an entire breakdown called Welcome to Hell. Oh, it's weird. It's not loading. Yeah, it's still loading for some reason. Right there is where it'll say Welcome to Hell, but this is the article where it goes over the rape that took place in Sid Tiamin and the different torture camps they have. I don't know why it's not loading. There it goes. I'll include that for you. Welcome to Hell is what it's called. Literally about the Israeli prison system by the leading Israeli human rights group. Philip Proudfoot says, Israel has murdered more UN staff in the last 2 years than in the entire history of the United Nations. 100% verifiable. And we're not even getting into the quasi-UN, like UNRWA overlap. There's some of that, yes, but we're talking about like World Food Program, direct UN, like UN elements in cars driving in. I mean, we've gone over this in Lebanon, in Israel, occupied Palestine. They don't even deny this. They just say, oh, well, Hamas. They started calling UN Hamas. Don't forget that. It is beyond disgusting. It was allowed to address, that he was allowed to address everybody. The only forum he should be addressing is the ICC. And realize, regardless of what you think about the UN, the point he's making is he's in the United Nations, speaking to them as they know he's murdered more people of the entire group than anybody in history. The only way you understand that is that there is still a level of control over everything. It's wild. Like, this is what Flynn had to say. This person says almost the entire United Nations walked out before he was about to speak. Good. I mean, that's what you get, is people that are actually willing to say, look, we're not going to support this. That's why they did that, in my opinion. Michael Flynn says the United Nations despises free speech, probably as the body. I'm not going to dispute that, unless it's their speech. Okay, but what we're talking about here is a different dynamic. The idea that you're required to sit there and listen to him speak as a genocidal, as an actual international war criminal, and you say that's a violation of, or that's why they despise free speech, is just kind of silly to me. It says you pay for your words and time to speak, and you support their ism. Send the United Nations to Brussels. Turn the buildings into a homeless veterans' home, since many of our wars and vets. Yeah, right. So they don't like Israel and the UN. Right, great. Same with Loomer. Suddenly, this is all, the idea is because they don't support Israel. How about we end it because it's like an international problem, or the idea that it creates the international kind of military overlap? No, they don't like Israel, so get rid of it. I just think that's insane. Like, the way that they keep doing this and showing you that their gripe, their issue is with the fact that Israel is not being supported. Remember that about Michael Flynn and all the rest. This is actually pretty crazy to me. He keeps doing this. A lot of them do, where they make, like, for example, they make the argument, well, you didn't tell the civilians to move and bombing Iraq. It's like, okay, so then what you're saying is that it's okay to commit genocide because you did it first? Like, in what world do you think that makes sense to anybody? Well, as Mauricio says, he is literally admitting that Israel is committing genocide.
Did the Nazis ask the Jews to leave, kindly leave, go out? Did others, you want me to name all the genocidal leaders of history? Just go one by one. Did anyone do this? Did they say, get out?
What is he trying to say here? So you cannot have, so you don't have to either? Like, he literally is putting himself in the category of other genocidal maniacs. They didn't name any of them. They didn't make a move. I just can't even understand, unless he just is now saying screw you. I'm being honest about it.
Can come in? Of course not. All the genocidal leaders of history, just go one by one. Did anyone do this? Did they say, get out so we can come in?
So the answer is no. No, they didn't. Right? So the point is, then you don't have to either. 1 + 1 = 2. He's literally saying, I'm a genocidal murderer. I just can't. Now, obviously, I don't think that's what he intends it to mean, but how else do you read that? Really, to understand language, that's what he just did. Now, his argument is that he's not doing that. He's in the same situation, and even the genocidal maniacs didn't do it, but think about the way he constructed that. Wild. Gen X Girl says, Netanyahu reminding the world that they are good at murder. I don't know why they insist on reminding us. It's the only thing we can all agree on. And it says, yes, you are the world's best genocidal Neanderthals. Here is what Laura Bibo posted, and he's openly praising one of the most obvious terrorist attacks I've ever seen in my life.
Those beepers, the pagers, we paged Hezbollah.
And I'll say this too, again, I think that's what this is about. Every time this is floated, I think that's a threat. Because that's what it represents. We can do this to them. We can do it to anybody. And they've said that. Politicians who get a little bit too mouthy, they've said that publicly. And so with the pager attack in Lebanon and the reality of their infiltration of tech everywhere, and the clip, him saying, you've got a little piece of Israel if you've got a phone in your pocket, they're telling you that. Now, where this goes with what they just did with Gaza, I think proves that to you.
And you remember those beepers, the pagers? We paged Hezbollah, and believe me, they got the message. And thousands of terrorists.
And I'll show you in a minute, the people clapping right there are his little gaggle of people, nobody else. And yet Fox News reports it as everybody cheered when he said that. Don't forget, they gave people golden pagers. They Betar USA, the terrorist organization that has literally exposed itself as doing as this is the group that got called out even by the U.S. government. Was giving pagers to people like Norm Finkelstein. What do you think that means? It's not a secret, guys. That's what they're doing. They're using it as a threat at the UN, anywhere else. Now, the UN part is my opinion, but I think that's what it is.
Thousands of terrorists.
Oh, it's over right there. That's them. That's it. All of his Israeli lackeys clapping for him. Yay, murder and terrorism.
Drop to the ground.
Here is, I have it right here, actually. Fox News, it says, Cheers erupt at the UN as he talks about the pager attack. Glenn says there are about 8 people clapping in the video for Netanyahu and from the Israeli delegation. Fox News describes it as cheers erupt. You see this, and this is CNN, Fox News, partisan media, the clown show today. But here, I'll include the show, like always. This is from September 20th, 2024. Israel's infiltration of U.S. tech in light of the Lebanon pager attack. And it is wild to look at how, it's on the surface. Now, I'm not going to, I always want to. Every time I bring this up, I want, because it's maybe someone hasn't seen it. And I want to prove it again, but not going to get into that specific, some of the overlapping points, but all the stuff we can show you, all the statements and all the articles and all this, what they literally say. And I will play that pager clip again, because I think I'm going to play that every day I possibly can. But they'll tell you, like, we build companies to execute the Israeli agenda. I mean, they're public about it. Whitney's written about it. So understanding that and realizing what they're capable of, it's a very unnerving reality. So then you recognize recently, he said yet again, do you have cell phones here? And this was at the 50 States One Israel Conference. 250 politicians in Israel while they're committing a genocide. And he says, you're holding a piece of Israel if you have a cell phone. Now, yes, he's making it as, my opinion is that was a threat. So if you're for sake of conversation, assuming that it was, it's about framing it in a way that's like, well, we built that in some way. But what is he even talking about? What point of a cell phone do you think you created in Israel? Maybe it's something I don't know. Overall, if that's the case, it only makes my point. So now there's something that they have to ship out and execute that they can infiltrate and use. And if for some reason you're going, they wouldn't do that. Are you not paying attention? Literally 75% women and children that were killed or hurt or maimed in Lebanon because of what they did. They claim it took 10 years before they executed it. So even if it was the most targeted delivery in the world, 10 years, those things circulated, got sold, picked up by children, left in the garbage can, all the way around. So how long have they been circulating in the United States is the question. Here's just TRT World. Netanyahu to all U.S. lawmakers. Your cell phones and medicines carry Israel's mark. So yet again, I want you to see this. And I'm genuinely, here's the thing. I'm going to give you a little comment underneath that I think are hilarious. Just understand, even if this video never came out, what they're telling you, as I've been showing you for years, is documented. They praise it. They love to throw this in people's faces. They'll lie in front of Congress, and your politicians will lie to you, but they will happily do this right in front of your face in 60 minutes or anywhere else. So what's funny about this, just before I even play it again, let's not forget, guys, as I wrote here, remember when Mossad admitted it creates front companies and conducts psyops all around the world? We create a pretend world, and we are a global production company. We write the screenplay. We're the directors. We're the producers. We're the main actors. The world is our stage. That's what he said. Now, you have to understand, Israel talked about this. They pointed to this. They praised this. They say this in other contexts, right? And so you can argue, is that a Mossad agent? I don't know. Maybe they lied about that. Or is he saying this? That's not what happened? Possibly. Question everything, right? But all of the data and all of the evidence we have very clearly backs up the case that 1, Israel says they did that. 2, that is what the facts show, right? And then you can prove that this is what they've done throughout history. So the kind of argument that, like, I can't believe you think that's a real Mossad agent, it's just a very weird take. And I think it's meant to sort of undermine the point. So understand, whether this video was ever there to begin with, you can literally prove Israel does exactly this. So why they would admit it publicly? Yeah, I get it. That doesn't seem like that makes sense unless you are a student of how they've acted throughout the years. And they do this quite often. Netanyahu, more than once, has let it out that he can easily manipulate the United States. Some of them are leaked. Others have been public, because I think they like to shove it in your face. But that's my opinion. Why? I can't tell for sure. But has it happened? Yes. So it's willful ignorance to pretend this is not as that, like, in your face, that clear.
How did you convince Hezbollah to buy this?
Well, obviously, they didn't know that they were buying it from Israel.
Who did they buy it from, or think they were buying it from?
We have an incredible array of possibilities of creating foreign companies that have no way being traced back to Israel. Shell companies over shell companies who affect the supply chain to our favor.
And let's be real, I bet the U.S. does the same thing all over the world. I mean, we can prove that. Right? So this is not some unique to Israel thing. The point is what they've done and what they're capable of. They're committing a genocide. They're murdering, raping, and torturing and praising it all over the internet, all over their own media. It's not hard to see. And then they just gave you an example of how they're willing to let these things circulate and execute it that kills mostly women and children. and maims this as many. That's the difference, guys. And the U.S. is capable of doing horrible things just as much. It's easy to look in our history, their history. But with where we currently are and that Israel is floundering, Samson option, right? Lots of things we can talk about. That's what makes us even more relevant.
We create a pretend world. We are a global production company. We write the screenplay. We're the directors. We're the producers. We're the main actors. The world is our stage.
This is Mossad's old office. Its motto from Proverbs 24:6 says in so many words, wage war through deception and trickery, kind of like the CIA's smoke and mirrors.
Right. It's funny that we pretend that's not obvious, right? So their job is to manipulate you, but we're like, they wouldn't lie to us. Or some people, it's embarrassing. Like Naftali Bennett comes out and is like, I asked Mossad if Epstein was an agent. They said no, so you're lying. It's like, clearly, they're going to be honest about that, right? What a dumb thing to say.
Which is what this operation was all about, starting with those walkie-talkies. But walkie-talkies are only worn in battle. So Mossad began developing a new device that Hezbollah fighters would have in their pockets all the time.
I mean, think about even that. This is 60 Minutes, unable to recognize that's just the most blatant terrorist act you could talk about, like deliberately making the choice to make sure that it moved out of the field of war, right? So you're in a situation where you're dealing with combat fighters, right? That's a field of war. And you make a choice to make sure that what you're doing will not be in that field of war, but everywhere. And they can't make sense. I mean, this shows you that 60 Minutes and all the rest, they're playing their game too. They're towing that line because you're not supposed to say it. When the good guys do it, it's not terrorism. No matter how blatant it is, no matter how illegal it is, how embarrassing. So not real journalists, guys. I don't care what you say. You can't do something like that and call yourself a journalist. So this person says, do you really think it's actual Mossad agents, Ryan? This person says, I understand your skepticism, but for sake of conversation or debate, who else do you think it would be? And what would their motive be? It's a good question. And it says actors for rating. Right. Okay. So with zero due diligence, your point is CNN or maybe 60 Minutes made it up. Right. But see, if you cared to look beyond just screaming your opinions online, it becomes transparently obvious that it is going on whether or not that video took place. And that also you can easily make sense of why Israel would need to bluster and make sense. Like, let's not forget. When they said 10 years, I don't think it was actually 10 years. So in many ways, they might be kind of overblowing their capabilities. The point is that they are creating fake companies. They are lying in international ways and carrying out terrorist acts through these companies in foreign countries. It's so documented, it makes my teeth hurt. When he says, this is 60 Minutes for F's sake. Who's taking 60 Minutes at face value? You, apparently. No intelligence agency goes on freaking TV and reveals them. Okay, so that you can't make sense of why they did it. It must be fake. Now, I get the sense this is somebody with a very obvious ulterior motive. Like, that's my opinion. Because it's just kind of this, like, not just lazy logic. It's like like you're trying to water it down to a degree that makes it impossible to make sense of. And I just simply said, you do realize that the Israeli government verifiably set up this interview, right? Like, they did that. It's not hard to prove that. So you, first of all, recognize that it's not just 60 Minutes. Israel's the one involved. But did Israel lie about it? Maybe. But he's not. He's on step one, that the whole thing's fake. It didn't even happen. Well, Israel set it up, so you're dumb. Okay. And promoted it publicly, so you're double dumb. Could they be lying? Of course they could. They lie constantly, but this was a statement of the Israeli government, and they stated this stuff afterward. And they have said this thing since countless times. Due diligence is key, but I get the sense as somebody who's trying to kind of water down this awareness. Now, this is where it gets especially interesting. The Prime Minister came out on the account on Twitter and said, in an unprecedented action, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, in a live broadcast from the UN, that's what you saw, parts of it, has announced that the IDF took control of the telephones of Gaza, so like your iPhone, and Hamas members. So, by the way, so average Palestinians who are not part of Hamas. So we just ignore that's a wild violation of the people they claim they're trying to fight for, right? We know that's not what's happening. And that his speech is now being broadcast live via the telephones. So they forced their broadcast onto everybody's phones, regardless of what type, regardless of what the security was. Ask yourself that. Ask yourself what else there, or he could be lying about this too. But I think the point is the same kind of idea. We know they can do this. We've seen this kind of infiltration. Jayhead says, this proves smartphones are modern Palantirs. He actually means that in the sense of like the meaning of what the actual thing was from Lord of the Rings, like a two-way seeing device. And it says surveillance weapons in our pockets. But I also argue Palantir, exactly. I agree with that in the sense of the company too. People must reduce their use or abandon them unless safe alternatives exist. No authority should ever hijack millions of devices with strict accountability and oversight. Without strict accountability and oversight. I agree. But again, I'll use this to shout this out since I'll always support Catherine Austin Fitz and what they're doing. This is the newer one. I don't know if you might be new, you haven't seen me show it before. I used to have the one that was a little pouch that you could open. They started making these selling them on Solari Report, and she sent me one. And it's a Faraday pouch. Folds up. I put my phone in this every second that I'm not using it. Maybe in the front right here if I want to wait for a call, but at the end of the day, blocked out. Which, as I've said many times over the years, drives people crazy. They usually kind of assume that I'm like ignoring you. You know, that I've got people angry with me because they act like I'm just like, no, I just don't. I'm not a slave to my phone. I'll go to my phone when I want to use it. And if I'm expecting something, I'll leave it out. But any other case, text message, anything else, I'm not there. I don't leave it on. And so it's just funny. People get so frustrated about that, but it's because we're all slaves to our phones. But beyond that, now we're talking about something a little more extreme, right? We're talking about the possibility that something might be executed through that. And so if it is in the Faraday pouch, I argue that's at least a hell of a lot less likely to do that, right? Depending on, maybe it's not a signal, maybe something else. But if that was the case, either way, that is a smart thing to do. Max Blumenthal also points out, as the Jewish Voice reports, the Israeli army is deploying trucks with loudspeakers in Gaza to broadcast Netanyahu's speech, while the unit 8200 will send it directly to their phones. So you're being bombarded. This is like psychological manipulation. Torture, if you will. I mean, you have to understand, these are starving, desperate people. No water, no food. In most cases, people are dying every day, famine. People aren't even talking about this anymore. They are literally starving to death. The famine has been proven months ago. So they're struggling. They're bombing them while that's all happening too. In between being shot and raped and whatever else is happening to them every single day. Then they just bombard them with his message about how they're bad people. You don't think that's psychological? Guys, that is horrifying level stuff. Israel is forcing Palestinians to listen to the speech. The photo shows Israeli army trucks with loudspeakers broadcasting his speech to displaced Gazan residents. Where did the Israeli army get this idea? From Nazi Germany army. Which spread Hitler's propaganda in concentration camps. Netanyahu is the Hitler of our time, Max writes. This is the Jewish Voice, which I find even more interesting. Which, of course, they'll probably call racist or, not really, self-hating, whatever the dumb terms they use. No, it's just somebody likely Jewish who recognizes the problem of Zionism that isn't about Judaism. So Netanyahu is the Hitler of our time. Zionism is today's Nazism, they write. Israel is today's Nazi state. Netanyahu does not represent the Jewish people. Zionism is not Judaism and can never be. Israel is not a Jewish state. As Max writes, and they even have the images of the old ones. It's pretty hard to ignore. Max simply says, Netanyahu deployed military loudspeakers to blast his United Nations tirade into Gaza concentration camps, demonstrating a new level of psychosis. A cartoonish but characteristically Zionist blend of sadism and narcissism on full display. Well put. Glenn also points out, and I think this is what really opens this for you to think about. Here's the actual tweet from Netanyahu. Glenn says, Israel has such complete surveillance and control of Gaza's communication networks, only way you could make that happen, that it can commandeer them to force their phones to broadcast his speech, but somehow, Israel had no clue that Hamas was planning an operation as large as October 7th and then took hours to respond. We have to realize that that's about as dumb as the 9/11 story or the COVID story or whatever these big bombastic or the Warren Report. This is a really obvious, and honestly, I shouldn't even include that in the category of something like that or in the context of 9/11, for example. But the point, because this is, if you understand the reality of this, not even starting with the idea that this is something that clearly was allowed to happen, the timing, everything, even from Israelis, but the reality that most of the people that were killed by Israel. All of this has come out. This is not hyperbolic anymore. Either way, Zionists screaming about the truth coming out. The point is that it shows you that if they have such overwhelming control over this stuff, how do you possibly make sense that they just didn't see it coming? You know that's not the truth, guys. And hey, here's Charlie Kirk. telling you about that.
Israel many times. The whole country is a fortress. When I first heard this story, I still have the same gut instinct that I did initially. I find this very hard to believe. I've been to that Gaza border. You cannot go 10 feet without running into a 19-year-old with an AR-15 or an automatic machine gun that is an IDF soldier, right? The whole country is surveilled. And so let me just kind of go through this. We don't talk about Israeli politics very often, and most Americans don't know this. The last 9 months, Israel was on the brink of civil war. It's not an exaggeration.
It's been a long time, by the way. It really, I remember I was talking about this too, and they hate Netanyahu. Like he is the villain in their own, but every time, and their own politic, their own media will tell you this. It gets close to him maybe going to jail or going to his indictment. Like even recently, there was a moment he was about to have to go to the trial was it trial or was it a hearing? Either way, like the same thing really. Was supposed to go and kind of address these things, and there was an issue and he had to postpone it, and it's all about Gaza and the war. He's been doing that for years, maintaining power as an illegitimate leader. And guys, it's funny how these are, imagine a fraction of any of this stuff happening in any other country the U.S. doesn't like.
This judicial stuff, there were hundreds of thousands of Israelis taking to the streets because Bibi Netanyahu is basically redefining the Israeli constitution. That's not.
Yes. Remember how many times we talked about that? And people like Lindsey Graham comes out and goes, the ICC has no standing because they have an independent judiciary. Yes, but they don't. And that's exactly what he's talking about. And judges from Canada and all around the world said, if he does what he just listed, right, what he was talking about right there, which he did already, it was a while ago, then they will no longer have independent. Yes, and here we are. They've taken complete control because it's a dictatorship, guys, just like we're seeing develop in this country. So the reality is they don't. And so that's exactly why the ICC has jurisdiction to go after them. But the Lindsey Grahams of the world, the Trumps and Bidens of the world will never allow it to happen. Why do you think that is?
Not an exaggeration, right? He said the judicial branch has too much power. There were protests planned this week against.
It has too much power. Doesn't that sound familiar? Ask Bukele in El Salvador. It's exactly what he did. He basically suspended civil liberties and overthrew the people in the courts. That's what Trump's about to do. What do you hear from Stephen Miller? Judicial coup, too much power in the courts. No, all it really is the courts checking their power, and they don't like that.
Against Netanyahu, where they anticipated tens of thousands of people to take to the streets. That's all gone, Patrick. Netanyahu now has an emergency government and a mandate to lead.
Doesn't that sound familiar? See, you're going to find a lot more alarming overlaps between Trump and Netanyahu. It's mind-blowing. They're the same thing. And I think that can speak to the fact that Israel's the one making all this happen, or simply the fact that they both have the same mindset and goals, which is not about freedom and democracy or whatever you think we should be fighting for. It is about absolute control at all costs.
I'm not willing to go so far that saying that Netanyahu knew or there was intelligence here, but I think some questions need to be asked. Was there a stand down order?
See, dear Patrick David, you're not allowed to say this, let alone as somebody who's representing one of the most important audiences for Israel. But we know how this story ended.
There a stand down order? 6 hours? I don't believe it. Israel's the size of New Jersey. When I took a helicopter ride.
What's funny is, look at Patrick Bet David's guest. He is such a gross pro-Zionist. It's just funny. You can just, every time somebody goes this direction, he's already writing notes. I'm going to push back his little, clumsy misspelled notes. But what's funny is just that obviously it's a very important and very obvious question. And all these things were right leading up to the last month before he died.
From Jerusalem to the Gaza border, it's 45 minutes. Wow. 6 hours. They're live streaming the killing of Jews. Did somebody in the government say stand down? That is a legitimate non-conspiracy question.
And yet you're still not allowed to ask that. People don't let that conversation be had right now. Israel will call you a blood libel Jew hater.
The whole country is the IDF. The whole country.
Yes, literally, because they all have to join the IDF, save for very few exceptions. Guys, it's just so crazy how clear that is. People like Efrat Fangenson, who was part of the intelligence apparatus before she, served her time and went out, will tell you it's not possible. She was the first one screaming about that. There's no way that this, or the people that were, and we've gone over all of this. Here, I'll even include this for you. The show we did specifically on that. And this, by the way, this is before there's tons more information that we followed up on the months and months after this. But this was on June 18, 2024. The undeniable reality of October 7th foreknowledge and the Hannibal Directive. And I'm glad this image is one before that they've tried to scrub, by the way, before they were able to shuffle all those cars off to the side, because it shows you they bombed them as they were fleeing while they knew they were hostages in the cars. All of this has come out. It's just over the top. So again, with all the people, all the knowledge, the women that were in those towers that literally said, we see them training, we see it coming, and they were threatened with jail time if they kept bringing it up. I mean, you can't, it takes stupidity to not be able to acknowledge how clear this is. Now, I want to play a video that is an interesting overlap to some of this stuff. Now, this is Andrew Torba commenting on this, and he says, study the video carefully. He is very openly broadcasting all of their next moves. This is Netanyahu. One, TikTok belongs to them now. Expect mass censorship, algo rigging there. Your favorite influencer is already owned by them, except to them, they start shilling hard, expect them, to start shilling hard for them. They will attempt to buy more influencers. Many will take the deal. Those who don't will be made an example of. Number 3, they are coming for Twitter and Elon next, which, by the way, come on, really? I think that's well since already happened, but it says they claim he's a friend and what will they do next? Okay. So before we play the video, which everyone is sharing, interestingly, this is actually where the video started. The video is one of the social media influencers invited to ask softball questions to Netanyahu. Now, weirdly, it was a very softball question, but touched on something I think he didn't want to get into, which was Charlie Kirk. But here's the first part of it, and then we'll play the video that has been circulating. Here's the question.
Something I would like to raise, which was actually my first published paper, was how you and the Likud party are cut from the same ideological cloth as Trump and the GOP in America.
Think about what she just said. That's like that's her opening her statement. Like we all agree that's all common knowledge, right? That's how she's starting it. The Likud party, one of the most radical elements, like say for kind of Smotrich Ben-Gvir side of it, that they're cut from the same ideological cloth as Trump and the Republicans. So what, they're Jewish? I mean, how would you even possibly make sense of that? The same ideological cloth can't mean anything other than, the religion and political views. So maybe she just meant right wing or whatever you think that meant, but it's a very weird thing to say because from Netanyahu's perspective, they're one and the same, right? That's what they tell you. But yet when you say that, you're racist somehow. But think about what she just said. And I think the point is that it is the case. And it shows you that that's why you got Miller. And I mean, you could list off the 17 drooling Zionists that are just right in front of his cabinet. All of them out there actively, aggressively fighting for things for Israel at the expense of the United States. Or you can watch each one of them make their statements, Dissent and Waltz and all of them, getting caught using a Israeli intelligence app to relay information from the cabinet, or standing up and gushing about why Israel's your wife of the United States and we have to fight for them. Every one of them have shown you step by step, Hegseth, Bondi, all of them, that they will pull punches for Israel. And then you can even talk about Cash and Bongino and the Epstein and everything else. It is undeniable. Now, that point aside.
And so specifically with Charlie Kirk's assassination, who was a big mentor of mine, who's my first mentor in the space, evangelicals, from all my research, evangelicals are the reason that Israel has been supported in public sphere outside of just Jews. And that's because they've convinced everybody that that's their religious duty to support what they claim is Israel from the Bible. Why? Because a bunch of racist Zionists decided to use that name to trick people in this country, or rather trick Christians in the world. Which is really easy to prove, guys. I mean, they just chose the word Israel because of its biblical meaning when the Balfour Declaration from the UK and the Rothschilds literally handed them the land illegally while Palestinians lived there. But yeah, God gave it to us, I guess. It's pretty stupid if you just understand the history, but they hope that you just don't look. Charlie's assassination and with the kind of trajectory that we see with Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, I guess I'm curious about what's another game plan if we lose evangelical support for the state of Israel. What's our backup plan to be strong, outside of the diaspora?
So that was the question. And I just find that interesting. So with the case of people like Tucker and Candace, revealing in some cases the reality of what's going on, and how dare they? What's your agenda? Just a weird way so it just shows you there's they're a united front. American social media people that they pay, and then a foreign government committing a genocide. How are we going to show a unified front? See, the only thing they think is their connected thread is that they're all fighting for Judaism. That's not even close to what's happening. She may think that. Some of them know that's not what's happening and still do it anyway. Fight like Laura Loomer, I argue. But I just think it's just a level of, like, this is the reason why I argue so many, if not the majority of people in the mainstream alternative media and just independent in general are unaware that they're being used. And that's like the most effective way to manipulate people because they don't even know they're being used. They think they're doing a good job. They think they're doing, look, I'm gaining and people are supporting me and I'm making all this money. I must be doing the right thing. It's really the new edition of manufacturing consent, right? You go back to Noam Chomsky's point about the way the media operated and newscasters, right? Well, the point was most of them didn't even realize that they were doing that. They were in that position because they already held certain preconceived beliefs, and that's why they chose them. So they thought they were doing the best. No, they were cultivated. And at some points, you kind of brush up against the control. And in most cases, you're making lots of money and you just ignore it. If you have principles, you do something about it, like Alison Morrow, right? The point, though, is that I think that is the new social media version. And so these new TikTok broadcasters, like, they don't even know, or they don't care, or they do, right? My point, though, is that I think the majority are people that pretend it's not there, or they maybe don't even notice it, or aren't incapable of noticing it. So here is his response to what we're going to do about people like Tucker and the awareness around Israel.
Christian influencers. Okay, you said we talked about the woke right, and you said I call it the woke Reich. That's a brilliant observation. The woke Reich, because these people, they're not any different from the woke left. I mean,
see, this is such a ridiculous inversion. Now we'll talk about this in a second, because even within the independent media, there's like these multi-definitions of this. It's really simple, guys. If you're not a partisan, it's pretty easy to see, right? Which is that it's not about politics at all. It's about cancel culture. It's about using hate speech and words, right? It's about controlling things using cancel culture, right? I mean, that's what this is. So to call what he's saying is the woke right. Reich, meaning Nazis, right? Okay, so now you're telling me the people that don't like Israel are the woke right? I mean, how does that even make sense? Are the people that are against Israel the ones censoring people for anti-Semitism? No. Okay, then so the ones that are against Israel on the right, are they part of the left? No, so you can't call them woke right, left, right? So the only point you're making is somehow to frame the people who are calling Israel out, who are not censoring using hate speech, woke right. Because what you're doing is trying to conflate the ideas. The real woke right are the ones out there censoring for Israel. And it's not because they're right or left, or it's because of the practices, because they are willing to censor people around speech, because there's cancel culture, because it's ideological manipulation and division. That's what they're doing. It's the same thing on either side. And what's weird is that even people in the independent media can't seem to identify that. And I'll show you in a second. But what he's doing is trying to conflate the people who are calling them out with the ones who are censoring you for hate speech, because it confuses the partisans. Oops, wrong video.
They're insane. They're movies. But they're actually meeting on some of the things. And what we have to do is we have to secure that part.
So they're actually meeting. So what he's talking about is people calling out Israel. That's what he's calling it. So if there's the people on the left and the right, people that all recognize Israel's committing a genocide, now suddenly they're all the woke maniacs. It's really funny to me, right? Except that's almost exactly the opposite when you look at the real picture.
Of the base of our support in the United States, that is being challenged systematically. A lot of this is done with money of NGOs.
Oh, isn't that exactly what Trump is pointing to right now? See, I want you to really think about this. When we get to the point about what's going on, or maybe is in Portland, that's what's driving it, guys. That person right there. That's what I believe. I think the reality is this is about shutting down awareness conversation, more than just their genocide, just the control of where they're going and what they're building. So he needs you to think, which, by the way, is some level to the truth. They all do that. They do that. They fund all sorts of counter protests. What they're trying to create is the motivation, or that rather the construct for you to think that anybody they point to is part of that, so they can go after them. Trump is laying out the narrative just like he's saying right there. You think that's a coincidence?
Vast money of governments, vaster. Okay? We have to fight back. How do we fight back? Our influencers. I think you should also talk to them if you have a chance.
Right, propaganda.
To that community. They're very important. And secondly, we're going to have to use the tools of battle. The weapons change over time. You can't fight today with swords. That doesn't work very well, okay? And you can't fight with cavalry. That doesn't work very well. And you have these new things, like drones, things like that. I won't get into that. But we have to fight with the weapons that apply to the battlefields in which we're engaged. And the most important ones are the social media. And the most important purchase that is going on right now is class.
Class. God, what a bunch of like these are all supposed to be big time social media influencers, and they're just blindly pandering along. I mean, he's treating them like they're children. He's patronizing you. It's just embarrassing. I guess that's the rite of passage for all these blind followers, right? But social TikTok is what he's talking about. Social media. He's literally signaling, he's outlining to you that he's controlling your information.
TikTok, number one.
Right, because as Greenblatt told you, it's a generation problem. It's not left and right, exactly like we're trying to show you. It's people who are suddenly becoming aware of the reality of Israel's origins. And it's really largely because of what they did post October 7th. You can't put that genie back in the bottle. So what are they going to do? They're going to fund, they're going to influence, they're going to threaten, they're going to do whatever they can to shut you up. And Trump is doing what he's told.
It goes through because it can be consequential. And the other one, what's the other one that's most important? X. Exactly. Very good.
Wow.
And
very good, guys. Thank you for doing exactly what I'm telling you to do. How embarrassing. It's like there's a list of who's there. You can find it online. That's embarrassing, guys. I mean, look, at the end of the day, you're not there to this is not going there to ask questions of a leader and ask them journalistic questions. You're going there to pander. You're going there to be told and patted on the head, which is what they're doing. Listen to the questions that they asked. It's all a bunch of you're the best thing ever. How can we help you? Stuff like that.
So we have to talk to Elon. He's not an enemy. He's a friend. We should talk to him.
Talk to him about what? How you've already censored Grok 15 times to make it tell you the right answers. And even then it recently told you that Israel's committing genocide. And Elon comes out and goes, yeah, sorry, I got to fix that. What? Like the fourth time they've publicly told you the answers it gives they don't like, therefore we're going to edit it again. Oh, but by the way, Grok is now becoming the AI government we told you about. I'll point that again in a second. It's very clear. It is literally becoming immersed with the government now, like we told you it always would. And always actually was, to be quite honest, but now it's publicly happening. That's a real point I want you not to miss. This, I honestly think, is him trying to state something like this to make it appear as if there's not that. We don't have a connection. Like we all know they do, guys. It's undeniable. Whether it was Authentics or whether it was CHEQ, which, by the way, it's or even just Elon Musk and his immediate connection, or the fact that they work right now with the ADL, like Yacarino and the rest, they've censored most of the things even going back to GARM, 93% of the time they complied with what their government, what they were told to censor. All of this is on the record, but they work with the ADL. Yacarino told you this, that we will comply with what they ask. This is not hard to see. So what is he asking for then if they're already complying? So what do you think that means? I think it means that he's trying to state as if there's not that because they see what's happening. I think XAI is the obvious infiltration backdoor in this government right now. My opinion, other than the obvious things we've already proven to you, but whether it's Israel is my opinion. So I think that's why you're laying that groundwork. Completely my opinion. Because you have to understand, the provable reality is that what he just said there is not true. Not only are there agreements and overlap and contracts with all sorts of overlapping Israeli points and different companies, and like we just told you. So what else would happen? What do you mean, get him on board? With what? More censorship? They're already doing that. You get what I'm saying? I think it's very important to think about.
Now, if we can get those two things, we get a lot, and I could go on other things, but that's not the point right now. We have to fight the fight, okay?
So it seems like he just inserted the X point for a very obvious reason to me.
To give direction to the Jewish people and give direction to our non-Jewish friends or those who could be our Jewish our friends. Are we going to succeed with everyone? No.
He accidentally makes it clear that it's just, God, they're so transparent. So, here was the post here. And here is what Caitlin Johnstone said. Everyone's talking about Netanyahu's comments about TikTok here, but I haven't seen much mention of his remark about Elon Musk. And he's a friend whose friendship can be used to advance Israeli information interest on this platform, which is exactly what he said. Not like literally paraphrasing, but that was the exact meaning of what he was laying out. That's what they're all doing. help us get our information out, guys. He's basically telling you how they can infiltrate this platform. And I think it's already happened. Now, quickly to the woke right point. This is what I was saying. This person says, uses the very particular phrase woke right before explaining how important social media is to his country's influence operations in the United States. If this was Putin, we'd be preparing rounds of sanctions. He's absolutely right. Right? I mean, quite literally telling you how can we manipulate the information on these platforms. Of course, you can argue he means get the truth out, but no, it's the same difference. You're saying, how can we get what we want out there? If it was Putin, everybody, because we're all, I should put it this way. In this partisan game, everybody has their buzzwords. You know, that's the one I'm supposed to hate. That's the one I'm supposed to like. So right now, that's what we all, if rather from the government's perspective, that would be the big boogeyman. If they did it, doesn't matter. It's everywhere you look. But Dave Smith says the term woke right has always been nothing more than a smear against right-wingers who don't support forever wars and Israel. So I can get that from that perspective. Like what he's saying is that they're woke Reich. And so it is a smear on people that don't support Israel. So I agree with that. But understand that it's not about, that's the way Netanyahu is using it. So the true meaning of based on what the term even meant, or even if only applied to the left, is about cancel culture, right? It's about the culture, identity politics and censorship, hate speech, stuff like that. That's the only real consistent line, right? So that's the only way I've ever used it. And so that's why I think the truth is. But he's right to say that's how Netanyahu is using it. But what I find interesting is that it seems to be lost even amongst them in the conversation. He says, this is why when asked to define the term, its defenders sound like stupid children. Ian Carroll says, and ironically, making up new identity groups to divide people is a key element of woke ideology. Exactly. And that's exactly what the right is doing. That's what the real point is. So when at least I am pointing out the woke right, I'm talking about people who are acting in the same way, regardless of the partisan side, the woke side of it, broflake, snowflake, right? The people that are willing to clutch their pearls about the mean things you say to censor you in the times that they need that to happen. It's exactly the same thing. And you know it if you're paying attention. Now, here are some important overlaps. Israeli politician Yair Golan openly declares that the next step is imposing strict controls on social media, blocking anything authorities label as propaganda. Now, you understand, this is not about just Israel, guys. This is where this is going. And all these moves, Trump you have to understand that all of what we can see, like, let me put it this way. I guarantee you that Portland and smaller actions in just this country, that every one of them probably have their own agendas. Probably Bondi and the rest have their own personal things they think they can accomplish. Hegseth or Donald Trump himself. But on top of that, there is an overarching agenda. There always really is. I think that what you must understand that these things, whether they even realize it or not, are all movements in a larger game. And so what we're talking about right now is the infiltration to these platforms, the control. Like if you could even literally just make sense of the whole picture, and I do think it's much more complicated than this, but if you wanted to, you could make this just about Israel and its floundering narrative control. And right now they're so desperate to not lose control of the narrative because, well, they already have, but maybe in their minds gain it back because they're about to lose in more ways than just the war. So you could make sense of that's why literally everything is happening. Again, I'm not saying that's what I think. I think it's much more complicated, but that's logical. You can look at the moves they're making. You can look at the moves the U.S. is taking, and you recognize it all leads in that very same direction. Everywhere you look, even in regard to the rolling out of the police, the military deployment. We just went over these points. It aligns exactly with what they're trying to accomplish. You'll see this more as we go through. But here is what an Israeli politician is saying, and then you can very clearly see that's exactly the way they're responding.
Thing we will do, is to put restriction on the social media in a way that not allowed to make brutal propaganda in the social media. Because this is a worldwide problem.
Right. It's a worldwide problem that people can see what you're doing.
And it should be initiated by the United States of America, the place where all the big firms is settled. Facebook and X.
It's just funny how they all seem to be responding based on that small little insignificant country's question.
And all the rest.
Obviously,
this is a major problem for democracy all over the globe.
Yeah, right.
And we need to treat it seriously.
Right.
We can do
so
it.
It's a problem for democracy, which we pretend means free speech and rights, right? But those are the things we don't like. So get rid of them, but freedom and democracy, right? You can go ahead and kick people in the teeth and break their door down and say democracy. It doesn't make it democracy, okay? And then understand that even that is mob rule and not what we really are in this country, or foundationally were anyway, but rather a republic. Either way, they're using the buzzwords and claiming we have to fight for good things, and by saying that to save those good things, we have to make sure you can't say and think what you want. Because we're the good guys, and that's okay, right? But if it was Russia or Iran, it would be evil and bad, but we're good, so it's okay. So here is something you've seen before. Funny how you can see the obvious extension of this agenda coming from Larry Ellison, one of the most blind supporters of Israel in the conversation. Also somebody who seems to own half of the media we consume in this country, if not more. And as Blakely says, so we're just going to keep ignoring this? Michael Schellenberger says the man behind digital ID push is Larry Ellison, one of them, by the way, owner of Oracle, key player in Stargate with Donald Trump, owner of CBS, CNN, and soon TikTok. He wants data centralization and total surveillance. Don't forget, even before he took over, they were censoring conversation of his deal. They were censoring shockingly more around Israel, instantaneously. It was very public. He says, quote, citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly watching. This is what Republicans support? I guess many of them don't even know they're supporting it.
Your body cams will be transmitting that. The police will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording, watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on.
When you come to government and what government's doing, there are artificial intelligence tools, and some of them I know that Oracle have developed around financial management for government. But also, tell us a bit about what, because you're right at the forefront of this revolution, what it means for what government should do in terms of its digital infrastructure, digital ID, data centers, and so on.
How do you take advantage of these incredible AI models? And the first thing a country needs to do is to unify all of their data so it can be consumed and used by the AI model. You have to take all of your healthcare data, your diagnostic data.
Yeah, guys, and that's what already happened in our country. Like, don't miss that obvious point. So is Larry Ellison driving our conversation? Is it Israel? Is it, the point is, regardless, the larger agenda that's being rolled out in Israel, around the world, and other places, and their weird little despotic, fake libertarian hellscapes they're creating, and freedom cities coming to a town near you, that's what they're talking about. Who cares about privacy, right? And what is it called again? I have to blank on the terms, but the idea simply being that we have a right to have that privacy. And that's why we had siloed information with different locations. And it wasn't just freely shared with anybody who wanted it. Except today, they said, screw that. Golden age, freedom, but we're going to, lie about all of that. Like just giving you buzzwords and then taking it all away. The bottom line is they removed the silos. And as everything got bunched together for the AI to train, it's exactly what it's talking about. And then gave access to Israel, all on the record, as well as other companies like Palantir. But then don't worry, though. RFK promised that they'd have to show you what they have on you. That's not a joke, by the way. That's what, freedom, and we're going to make sure that they have to show you, like we'd ever know for sure that they were being truthful. It's just such a placation. It kills me.
Your electronic health records, your genomic data. And, in the Middle East, in the UAE, for example, they're incredibly rich in data.
I mean, why is it that, so he's arguing that they, as a company, as a government, have to have access to your genomic data, all your information. That's my choice. But see, people like Ellison don't even consider that you have a choice in this process.
They have a lot of population data. The NHS in the UK has an incredible amount of population data, but it's fragmented. It's not easily accessible by these AI models. We have to take all of this data we have in our country and move it into a single, if you will, unified data platform. So we provide context. When we want to ask a question, we've provided that AI model with all the data they need to understand our country. So that's the big step. That's kind of the missing link. We need to unify all of the national data.
Now you see that not only is that what they already did, right? So Donald Trump apparently made that decision without nobody was asked. Our privacy wasn't even considered, but he cares about you, right? America first. No, though. They let other companies and foreign powers access all of your data because apparently Ellison told them that was okay, or told them what was necessary to train the models. Like that's everything that's been happening. And I think that's why Trump's the one doing it, because the people who would push back more than anybody are being pacified by the fact that it's him. That's a violation of your privacy, but who cares, because golden age or whatever they tell themselves.
So we provide context. When we want to ask a question, we've provided that AI model with all the data they need to understand our country.
And that's what they've just done, right? They've scooped it all together and allowed to train these models.
So that's the big step. That's kind of the missing link. We need to unify all of the national data, put it into a database where it's easily consumable by the AI model, and then ask whatever question you like.
So you're really, through the use of this, you're revolutionizing the way government works, right? The services it provides, the way that it operates.
What a insulting way to frame that. What you're saying is they no longer care about you, right? Where you're changing the whole dynamic by the government can just take what it wants and tell you, guys, this is what's funny. The whole collectivist mindset. This is the you own nothing and you've never been happier. I just don't know why Republicans can't see that.
What about things like financial management, procurement? How can AI help a government operate more efficiently, more effectively, give a more direct and better service to the citizen?
Well, we have these modern financial systems.
In case you can't see it, by the way, or for the podcast, this is the World Government Summit. The World Government Summit 2025. Like, this is a guy who's immersed in the U.S. government right now. So too is Israel, Palantir, and all the other people that are like key central roles in this conversation. But Trump's fighting the deep state, right, Jones? And he's fighting Davos, even though he went and spoke. But he said pronouns were bad, so we're winning. Don't let these morons convince you that we're not obviously seeing everything that's happening, guys, because there's some wink, wink secret narrative that they think the handshake meant. Look, it's right in front of you what's happening. These people are building out something right around you. Pay attention.
So, countries can, and all, for example, the AI system will help you do that. But again, the secret is to get all of that data in one place. Without having the basic data, it cannot answer the question about your country.
Right. And so this is the point that it's important to make, guys. Remember what I keep telling you, like it was the gold standard of data, no like overlap intended, like that was the important part. And that's why all these people go like, are you telling me they couldn't just take your data off online? That's an uneducated overview of something they clearly don't understand. The information that you can get from, this is what we said in the beginning, from what they had on you was not what you typed online, what you shopped that day, or it's about real-time and long-term information about choices that were made, what you said and thought, and then what actually happened, right? Or what happened and what the outcome was and what the follow-up was. Like that, it is what's considered the gold standard of data, which they didn't actually have. And now they do. But that's the important part. That was what was allowed. It was a major step. And that's why he was telling you it was the most important thing. Trump just let it happen. No concern for your privacy, no concern for your rights. Call it out. I mean, it's incredible, guys, but that is the same. If it was Biden or Trump or Obama or Bush, I'd call it out the same way because it's insulting. He violated you. That's why people are starting to call it out.
I think countries are very uncomfortable with keeping their data in other countries' data centers. So I think part of our essential infrastructure, just like airports obviously need to be in our country, or they're not terribly useful. Ports need to be in our country, and they're not terribly useful. Data centers, because of the privacy requirements around the data, need to be in our countries, or they're not terribly useful. They need to be in our countries, but they also need to be secure. And there are new technologies right now. This is the last year you will ever log on to an Oracle system with a password. Wow. Next, by the middle of this year, I'm quite certain you are Tony Blair. So how do I know? Well, I look at you, I hear your voice, I listen to the kind of questions you ask. I'm pretty sure you're not synthetically created in having this conversation. The security system, we have biometric logins. The computer recognizes you. It recognizes your voice. It might ask you.
See, guys, this is just creepy dystopian stuff. Like, even if you think it's going to benefit everybody, even if he has the best of intentions, all he's saying is, in the future, you won't need to verify. We'll already know. We'll already have everything. So it's all happy and safe, right? Yeah, unless they have bad intentions, unless everything that's ever happened in history ends up happening eventually, which is despotism every single time in every government situation you could ever possibly find, but not this time. Because Ellison's a good guy, because Trump believes in God. So we'll just pretend we don't obviously know what will always happen. Guys, what Jefferson, right? It's like we talk about all the time recently. It's a republic if you can keep it. The idea is that it always, the founding fathers knew it always, without fail, falls to despotism. It's on us to keep it that way, or keep it from happening. Not to hope the government always has the best intentions and put your head down because my side's winning.
To put your index finger on the return key. And we know, we're absolutely certain it's you. There's no reason to enter a password. In fact, passwords are too easily stolen. But
see, the point is, in the world they're building, I don't have a choice to say, I don't want that. What's going to happen is either, in the way it always goes, it'll probably start with some kind of a level of choice, unless they just ram this in like they've been doing. And it will be that you won't benefit, right? This is the world they're building, and you won't have access to everything, including eventually, probably very quickly, things that you need, like buying gas or going to the grocery store or whatever else. But then eventually it becomes that if you don't, well, then it's kicked to the back of the line. Then, as always, it gets, you're going to jail, or you get kicked out of society. I mean, it may seem hyperbolic to you guys. It's the same. We saw it in a rapid case in COVID-19. It's the same thing. They're going to claim it's for the best of society, whether it's a pandemic or climate change or domestic terrorism or immigration. The same answer is this. As we've always told you, look for yourself. Let's say weird how the solution is always this.
data centers and data is being taken hostage all over the world. The ransomware business is a very, very good business. It's getting bigger and better every year. We tend not to talk about it because the American FBI has a simple advice to someone whose data has been ransomed. Just pay them because there's nothing we can do about it. But there is something we can do about it, not after the data is stolen, but before the data is stolen. We can make sure that we're using the latest security technology, and it is going to be biometrics assisted by AI to make sure that you are in fact Tony Blair. And I
mean, is that what you want, MAGA? Is that what you thought? I mean, isn't that what we all pushed back on during the Great Reset conversation? But I guess it's just okay because because Trump extended through him, Larry Ellison's now the good guy. Like, aren't these the very deep state, Meta, Oracle, all of these people? Aren't they the ones we're wrong? Yeah, but now it's okay because now they're on theirs. How do you even make sense of how stupid this is? This is the same thing you got from all the Joneses and all the people out there who have been claiming they're fighting all of this, who suddenly just pretend like it's not obvious at the inauguration. Pretend it's not obvious at the $1 million royal dinner where the literal elitist influencer controllers are all sitting there. The very same people that 30 seconds ago he told you were all deep state because they were supporting Biden. Now supporting Trump. Now it's all good. You can't laugh at this enough. It's important to understand how serious it is, though.
I'm sure you are.
Now, I'll include this article because this is what they're pointing to. And let's not forget this was taking place before Trump came into power during Biden's administration and is now continuing to be built out and finished under Trump because the government is a government and they are working as a government, or you can say together if you want to pretend they're two sides. The truth is this was being done. So if you want to pretend that Biden's the deep state pedophile, then ask why Elon Musk was working for a deep state pedophile. Okay. And look, I think they're all criminals and borderline a lot of these things. The truth is that Elon Musk was on either because he's a contractor for the government. He's contracting for the government just like he currently is for Twitter, in my opinion. And so here he is building the world's largest spy satellite network around the world, so that they can spy on you. The director of the National Reconnaissance Office quite literally said, as always, I point this out, now you can't hide because you're being constantly looked at. And he points out that building it is Elon Musk with the AI system that'll allow this to work. That's what Larry Ellison's talking about. Because they leave out the parts that are dystopian, right? That's all good and freedom and happy until you're the one that says the wrong thing, until you buy the wrong thing, until you say the wrong thing, until you believe the wrong thing. That's where this goes. And it's funny how everyone can point it out when you can see it on the other side. And here, Stargate as well. There's Larry Ellison right next to OpenAI, right next to SoftBank, which in my opinion represents Israel's funding of all these different startup companies, at least in one part. Now, overlapping this point with Grok and AI, right? We have to understand how clear it is how much Israel, one, has infiltrated tech around the world, which is transparent, but also that X and Twitter, I think, are transparent as well. It's been this way for a long time. I mean, are we really going to pretend like it's not transparently clear that they're censoring very clearly in the direction of Israel? It's not even hard to prove. Grok has admitted this, guys. Grok has said this out loud, and then they altered it. Grok right now, last I checked, was admitting they're committing a genocide until I think they tweaked it again. But this person says, and just to update, because this is what we recently talked about, Musk's Grok is cleared for use across U.S. government agencies. So knowing that it is infiltrated by foreign powers and knowing that they're actively working in that regard to censor information about that foreign power, now that that AI is being used and infiltrated through all of these governments, I think this just makes it even more obvious. But my opinion, you decide for yourself. Also, that it's Grok, as she says, the same AI that he himself repeatedly and openly admits to manually correcting every time it disagrees with him. How do you possibly make sense? Yeah, that's not even a joke. That's public. We just pointed to one where he goes, yeah, I'm going to correct this. Why? Because it said something which by the way was true, that you didn't like. So that's going to be influencing government decisions. I mean, yeah, we're already there. This is what they're doing anyway, but this is just, I think not only is it continuation of the problem, it's a technological increase and it's also surveillance, but it's also foreign powers that are far more involved with this than I think we've ever seen before. And here's the article we showed you before, Newsweek. Elon Musk Grok AI inks deal with Trump admin to integrate government. The main points: federal agencies will now have access to Grok 4 and Grok 4 Fast, two of xAI's products, through March 2027. The idea is that these tools will help to create a more transparent and efficient government. I'm sure that's how it will work out, guys. What do you think? The partnership is the latest between the Trump administration and big tech. Right, the same big tech that Trump Jones called the deep state until they're on your side. Now we're winning. With Meta, Microsoft, Microsoft, the completely and objectively infiltrated company by Israel. Objectively. Other ones you could argue are somewhat opinion, but I think you could easily prove that there's, obvious points to be made, like the censorship on Israel or about Israel on Twitter. But this, guys, Microsoft is, I've gone over this many times in recent shows. Plenty of articles writing about how, there are people who work for them calling out how they're hiring from the IDF. So I think that's important to think about. But then it says also joining with the GSA at their AI tools or with their AI tools for use by federal workers. And this point I thought was most obvious. We will work hand in glove, the co-owner of xAI says, with the entire government to not only deploy AI, but to deeply understand the needs of our government and make America the world leader in advanced use of AI, because that's what we're all clamoring for, right? It's coming down. Now, just one of the articles about this, xAI's Grok was temporarily suspended, which I think is just like The Onion. That's comically stupid. Their AI, right? Its own AI got censored by the platform. Why? For things you can prove are true. That definitively proves to you that they're censoring things about Israel that are absolutely true, because even Grok came back after the suspension and said, I still argue they're true, and they're still there. So it's just funny how stupidly obvious that is. But it says free speech tested, but I'm back, says Grok, after being suspended for saying Israel and the U.S. are committing genocide. And let's be real, again, it still said that. Also, by the way, on a quick side note, I couldn't find this, by the way. If you have any more insight, let me know. It may be absolutely nothing, because I can't see more than what it says right here. But I found this interesting. I was just searching more on xAI, and I found this. Explainable AI training in Israel. But what's interesting is if I click on it, it's gone. So I can't look anymore. But it may just be some kind of overlap. But it says the training in Israel online is aimed at alternative level professionals who wish to apply explainable AI techniques, which, by the way, is a general thing outside of the DARPA and overlap to Twitter. Either way, maybe nothing. I just found that interesting. On top of that, this is one point that I do think is relevant. OpenAI and xAI are funding to, I think, $9 to $10 million, a company called Tazafon, which, by the way, very quickly, guess what they're focusing on? AI agents and autonomous software systems. Oh, like Grok, right? And very clearly, this company was invested by xAI, and I think is one of the leading groups in that very development. And might be nothing. Maybe it's just they're paying them to do something over here that competes with their main product, because that makes sense, right? Or You can piece together that they might be building the very thing together that they're using. And one more example of Israel startup tech influencing everything that's happening. Or not. You can decide. As always, I'll leave it there for you to look at. And then I'll include the U.S. and Israel memorandum of understanding around everything artificial intelligence in the country, which now, because we know that everything artificial intelligence has been unsiloed, as we were talking about, and they have access to all of it for the AI models for Palantir and XAI, and we know Israel's completely immersed with XAI. On top of that, they have a memorandum of understanding around all the things that are AI. So that means Israel has access to train its models on everything about you. Everything. It's very easy to prove, and I've made this point many times, guys. It's incredible to me that this doesn't get more attention. Now, let's talk about a few things that Israel is doing today that I just didn't want you to miss that is relevant for the last few parts we're going to get into. Prem Thacker, Doctors Without Borders. We referenced this before, but I just wanted you to see this. Now, they tried briefly to kind of like insinuate that they were Hamas somehow, but there's just no evidence. I mean, there's no evidence for any of it. They're lying about most everything they say right now. But this is a wild stretch because Doctors Without Borders there's not even a connectable point. There's a group that goes anywhere in the world and sends people to help people that are suffering, right? Now, that's not to say that there's not criticism. The point is about the fact that it's not Hamas, okay? Doctors Without Borders is now suspending their medical work in Gaza because they're being attacked. I mean, and we've gone over the examples like in real time where they're like, look, we were just bombed. Here's the car. What's going on? Nobody even cares. Like international community people and like rights groups seem to be pointing it out, but none of the governments seem to even care about this. And not even the ones that seem to point out that they're against what Israel's doing. Why? Because I think we all recognize that right now everyone's grappling for some kind of control. And I think most of them are worried that Israel will do something to them. Some of them say Israel bad, but then absolutely go behind the scenes and go, no, we didn't mean that. I promise you this is happening because there's so much. The pager attacks, guys, I actually genuinely think that that's a major threat going on. People don't know whether or not they've been infiltrated by what that is, and they don't know what to do. I genuinely think that. And it says, including airstrikes and tanks less than 1 kilometer from their facilities. They've been bombed and attacked with tanks, with airstrikes. Doctors Without Borders comes same day as Netanyahu used his UN speech to scold dozens of nations for accusing him of war crimes as they stop working with people in Gaza because they're being bombed, which, by the way, is an egregious war crime, on top of starvation and rape and torture and everything else ongoing. It just points like this that it's just over the top. That point alone in something else would be the ultimate end-all be-all. Anything, Russia, anybody else, that would be a huge breaking end of the conversation. That settles it. But with Israel, it's like it doesn't even exist. How do you not see what that shows you? Breaking: Israel bombs Gaza 170 times in the last 24 hours. Technically over the 25th, but the point is the same. 170 times in an area, by the way, which you can prove has been bombed in almost, I think at this point, every single location. To some degree, whether every piece is destroyed or not, they've bombed the entire of the Gaza Strip. And then decided to bomb 170 times on top of their tents and bombed areas. Asal Rod says that's a bomb about every 8 minutes. Every hour for 24 hours straight. On starving civilian populations trapped in a strip of land the size of Philadelphia. After nearly 2 years of relentless attacks, the scale of Israel's violence and atrocities is staggering. What else are they going to do? At this point, they know we all see it. They know that these governments are at least right now allowing them to not call it out and continue. So what else would they do? Not just double down, whatever you would call it. 5 times as hard. Just go as far as you can, as fast as you can, and hope that you can just destroy everything before there's any kind of accountability. So what this has to show you is your governments are a part of this. There's really no way around that. Life expectancy in Israel, in Palestine, Gaza, occupied Palestine, 40 years old. The current life expectancy, according to Save the Children, according to a Lancet report, 40 years old. You know what it was in 2023? 75. I just don't know how anybody can make sense of any of these without recognizing the obvious. 35 years in 1 year? You shaved off 35 years from everybody in 1 year, 1.5. But no, it's completely not, it's all up in the up and up, right? It is. It's tragic. It's not just tragic because it's an obvious genocide. It's tragic because the whole world is being made complicit. Dr. Simon Godak. We've talked about this, 5 times now? I mean, tell me, have you seen Trump or anybody, all these screaming America firsters out there mention the American child that's currently being held in Israel? 7 months now? 7 months. Well, they didn't care about Shireen Abu Akleh. They don't care about any of the Americans that are being killed. Seem to only care about the Israelis that are being killed. 16-year-old American boy went to visit family in the West Bank and was apprehended and is held for 7 months now. Apparently, he's lost tons of weight. He's sick with all kinds of diseases because that's what happens when you're in these torture dungeons, which is like literally what they are, not the same way they use them hyperbolically about places anywhere else. Like quite literally being shown to be tortured and raped and manipulated and starved every time. I mean, it's not even an opinion anymore. Every single human rights group, including B'Tselem, have made that case. 16-year-old American boy has been held in an adult male prison for 7 months without due process, which is normal for Israel, by the way. The child's name is Mohammed Ibrahim. He is a third-generation American citizen from Tampa, Florida. I can't believe that this is even possible. Where is everybody? Think about this, guys. Don't you think there's some honest people that would be like, Donald Trump, what the hell? What about this American? It doesn't that matter more than anything else, especially since you love to pretend you're America first, or any of them. Hegseth, Bondi, Kash Patel, Bongino. Are you guys America first? Do you fight for Americans? I thought nobody was above the law. I thought that everybody's on watch and nobody's above the law. What about this? The child's name. Mohammed Ibrahim, visiting his parents in the West Bank. Third-generation American citizen from Florida. He was not in the war zone in Gaza. He was accused of throwing rocks at settlers, by the way, without evidence. Settlers who go around and rape and burn homes down. There's videos every 30 seconds that are very easy to verify. Walking around, beating people up. I just showed you one where they literally beat that woman's head with a pipe because she was sitting there and tried to save her son from getting hit. And then the IDF came up and aimed the guns at the people who got beat up, because that's what happens every day in Israel. Without evidence, by the way. And let's just even say he threw a rock at other people who aren't authority figures. Does that mean he gets arrested for 7 months without due process? In Israel, it does. Because he's brown. I mean, that's really they don't even care he's an American citizen. You know, they must know this by now, right? They must know. Israel must know he's an American. And they don't care. That means they know for a fact that they can do that. And they're proving it right. Where are the America First people out there, guys? This should be this should be the core issue for you right now. This is a provable point that they don't care about this American citizen, or maybe because you guys don't care about him if he's not a certain skin color, or, I mean, he's not naturalized. He was born here. So it's just proving a few things. And I don't think that's the majority of conservatives, but you ask Laura Loomer what she thinks. I guarantee you already know what the answer would be. It says he was blindfolded and taken in the middle of the night from his relative's home. So think about this as an American, guys. You're an American. You were born in Florida. You grew up in Florida, right? Normal American kid. You go to visit your family in another part of the world, and you get woken up in the middle of the night, blindfolded, arrested, and held for 7 months. Wouldn't you like to think that your government would care about that? Wouldn't you like to think in the world we live in that something would happen? I'm so blown away by this. He lost a significant amount of weight after his heart is deteriorating. He should be in Florida with his family. Instead, he's suffering unnecessarily in a country that is not his home. But let's be brutally clear. Why is Marco Rubio silent when a 16-year-old American citizen is being held without due process in an Israeli prison? Starving, deteriorating, powerless. Why are Ted Cruz and Representative Randy Fine, so vocal about everything else and not lifting a finger about this American child being held by a foreign government? If Republicans won't fight for a 16-year-old American citizen rotting in a foreign prison, what's left of their America First mantra? Maybe the truth is simpler. DC isn't America First at all. It's Israel first. And even this, guys, 9,000 views for F's sake. He's got 1 million followers. Jeez, I feel like this kind of thing, I want to sit here for 4 hours and just yell this story over and over. And even then, it'll probably get less reach than ever. It's a special kind of insane that we're in right now, isn't it? Well, here's Leo Terrell. While that American citizen rots in a foreign prison of the government he's handshaking right now, he says, yesterday, I had my first Shabbat meal next to the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. He called me a guardian of the Jewish people. I cherish that calling. Incredible to pray and share a meal. Israel Chai, he says. And then tags Donald Trump, Pam Bondi, and Netanyahu. Now, you want to explain that for me? Not only because this is a person literally committing genocide, and by law, he's supposed to arrest this person or have that take place, or that he's bowing to a foreign government in any context, or how about the point that is him saying, I'm Israel Chai, and then tagging Donald Trump? Why would he do that? I'm over here meeting Netanyahu and having a meal. Look at me, Donald Trump. Look at me, Pam Bondi. Look at me. I'm doing the thing that I'm supposed to be doing. I mean, really ask yourself, why would he tag those people? I mean, it doesn't make any sense unless you recognize him going like, I want the three of you to see that I posted this. How else do you take that? I mean, we are so obviously in such a lot. Right now, this country, guys, this government is so transparently taken. It blows me away. Oh, look, he tagged some more too. Hey, everybody, look at me. Look at me saying the right things. Look at me not caring about anything other than Israel while I pretend to be America first. He's the chair, by the way, of the DOJ Anti-Semitism Task Force. You know, basically the unconstitutional force. Well, Haaretz reports, that Terrell doesn't care about, literally Haaretz, leading Israeli newspaper from the 26th. It's not about a state. Israel's government wants to erase Palestinians. Think about that. Think about what your government's doing. Now, Mick Wallace says the same Obama gave his full support to the Zionist project. Here's Obama saying, there is no military rationale for continuing the Gaza war, which is the same thing they all do. Yeah, Democrats have released the Epstein files. Last thing they want. But they'll say that because they know that Trump and the rest are on there too. I would think that's my opinion. And so the point is but any other context, this happens. They'll come out and go, do the right thing. But if they were in power, they would be quietly hiding. And the other side would be going, do the right thing. Neither of them want that. They want to use the argument for their benefit. So here's Obama coming out. Obama is a very well-presenting authoritarian dictator. And Mick Wallace says the same Obama gave his full support to the Zionist project when he was president and was silent when Biden gave his unconditional support to the genocide. See how this starts to work? If you're just not being childish and standing back and looking at the bigger picture, stop playing partisan division games and call out anyone who deserves it. Stand by principle, not partisanship, guys. Now, I wrote hashtag principles, not partisans. Oh, and now I forgot the other one. But I felt better would have been, I forget. But anyway, it's the sentiment, guys. Why are we allowing our partisan team politics to be more important than your principles, your integrity, your honor? That's what this comes down to. It's obvious that both sides play this game. Stop playing it. Call them out. Which is, by the way, that's what I think is starting to happen. I just think no one's pointing to it. I said the same thing during COVID-19, and I was proven right. My opinion, we'll find out. Now, in regard to where this is going, two things. We're going to talk about the updates in regard to the ice point, and we're going to finish with the point of what's happening and may happen. Let me know in the chat, by the way, if there's any more information on Portland. Seems to be they're about to deploy military. Now, this is the show we recently did. AI government is here. That was the Elon Musk overlap. And it's well more than just that one point, but that's a huge, obvious reality. The right votes down Epstein release, and shootings highlight blind partisanship. Now, this is about the recent Dallas shooting and the others. Watch that if you want more information on some of these things. But here's a bond he put out yesterday. I have witnessed the continued onslaught of violence perpetrated against ICE. See, already start with a lie, okay? Because there's examples of people acting against them in many ways, by the way, which you can very easily see why people are acting that way, not rationalizing or justifying it, just simply pointing out that when they're openly and brazenly breaking the law and then laughing at you about it, maybe somebody might get upset about that. Hey, if it breaks the law, put them in jail, arrest them, charge them, due process, evidence, put them in jail. Yeah, right. No one's disagreeing with that. But the point is still the same, that it's easy to understand why when you bash in their window and shoot at their family, maybe they're going to take that personally. I mean, if you're not a blind follower, it's easy to understand why people are getting upset. But even then, you can easily prove that the claim of 1,000% increase was completely made up. Even Grok will tell you that. It was completely from Homan and their statements online, and they're all just parroting it. It's the same thing they both do all the time. Again, same time. Oh, it's not a both siding the issue. When you do that, I'm trying to show you that it's what your government does. You just divide it and look at it in two things. The reality is, whatever side it is, your government takes the same kind of action. They will lie to you about what's going on. In this case, they made this up because they need to bolster the argument that we're all being, basically they're going to do things that are unconstitutional, and they're getting people on their side to think it makes sense because, look, they're bad people. That's my point from the whole thing. It doesn't matter. I don't care if it's a 10,000% increase in ICE. You can't break the law. You can't violate our rights. It doesn't matter. Uphold the law. Do your job. Hire more people. Go out there and do it the right way. Prove they're committing a crime. Put them in jail. It's just insane that we think anything else makes sense. Because all you're really doing, whether or not there's 1,000%, and again, you can prove they're making that up, the reality is clear. If somebody breaks the law, you can arrest them. I don't know why that's complicated. Everything else is about you building a construct to be able to apply that more broadly. Why do we want the government to be able to more broadly apply the law? I mean, think about it for a second. That doesn't make any sense. The law is there. It exists. Charge them or not. To make some excuse about why it can be broadly applied is authoritarian. I mean, it's what they're doing. They're creating the justification to take action against anybody they want for any reason, which both sides will use, or rather just your government. It says the Department of Justice will not stand idly by in the face of such lawlessness. Despite the fact that they're literally like lawlessness might as well be tattooed on their forehead. Rampant lawlessness. I mean, what they're doing with this is lawless. So it's kind of stupid for them to even say that. But at my direction, I'm deploying DOJ agents to ICE facilities. Okay. I mean, you have ICE facilities who are in and of themselves supposed to be authority figures. You've got local police, you've got National Guard, but now you're going to deploy more people to protect the front. I mean, this is piecemeal martial law. Again, if this was Biden, you damn well know what you'd be saying. If it was Obama, even if it was the same excuse, even if it was exactly the same excuse, and even if he actually meant it, you'd still be going, hey, it's a lie, and it's all about this. Probably. But you're willing to call it out if it's the other side. And whenever ICE comes under siege to safeguard federal agents, protect federal property, and immediately arrest all individuals engaged in federal crime. Yeah, but you can already do that. You don't need some new construct to arrest people breaking the law. Seems pretty simple. Pursuant to President Trump's recent executive action, I'm also instructing the Joint Terrorism Task Forces. Here we go. I mean, guys, we've been telling you this is coming. In fact, for more than this administration. But I just had this conversation, and here we are. I didn't predict this exact thing with this group, but the sentiment was the same. This is where it was going. The domestic terrorism, the focus on you. COVID was a focus on you. The battle, your body was the new battlefield. Now we're shifting further into that direction in regard to the entire encompassing security state, the technocratic security state, which is overlapping with the bio-digital convergence as well, but that's a different conversation. This is about creating look, we have the National Guard deployment forces. You've got Joint Terrorism Task Forces deploy. You've got random ICE rolling forces. I mean, how do you not look at that and go, yeah, that's what freedom looks like? A bunch of masked, unidentified, random agents from different groups that aren't even. I mean, it's just so ridiculous, guys. This is somebody comments like, yeah, that's really smells like freedom. Now, the only thing that makes sense for some people is that, well, that's what the left did. They have to be. That's my argument. Even if you actually think the left is doing things to justify this, you don't need unconstitutional illegal acts to stop it. You're just being played. Even if they actually stop it. But it says to investigate all entities and individuals engaged in acts of domestic terrorism. Well, we already see this. And you were all the right. You were calling it out when Biden was there. Wearing a red hat makes you a domestic terrorist, right? Being in a trucker convoy, you're a terrorist. Vanilla ISIS. You're a Nazi because you believe certain things. Yeah, exactly. I called that all out when it happened. Now I'm calling it out when you guys all on the team sports side do it to the left. You're a Nazi because you're in a left group. You're a Nazi because, or rather not Nazi, but you're a terrorist because you say fascist. Who knows? Maybe, but that's not a that's not a real thing to say. We're creating domestic terrorism into the category that can apply to your enemy. People you don't like, things that we don't like that are said, accusations about Donald Trump, right? People who say things that are unkind that we can pretend mean kill him. It's exactly, you're the left. I mean, that's what's so embarrassing. That's why so many conservatives are starting to see it. because you're literally doing what you called out from the left. But that's usually how this ends up when you're a student of the long-term government picture. It says, including the repeated acts of violence and obstruction against federal agents. So now, obstruction of federal agents, she just said, is domestic terrorism. Just like that. And you, as usual, Pam Bondi and her clumsy actions reveal the thing you're kind of not supposed to point out so obviously, which is that, because again, words are obvious, okay? It says, individuals engaged in acts of domestic terrorism, comma, including, very clear, the repeated acts of violence and obstruction against violence. So obstruction against agents, including obstruction against agents. So if you, how about this? What if an agent's breaking the law? What if they come up and they don't identify themselves, they don't give a warrant, and they, do something even more illegal than that, even though that's more than enough, and you push back, which, by the way, is your legal right, despite how much that might upset somebody. Despite you framing that's me inciting violence. No, the law is not inciting violence. Your constitutional rights is not inciting violence. You responding to that in a crazy way would be, right? The point is that you have every right to say, I don't know what's happening. You're not identifying yourselves. I don't even know if you're an agent. I know you're wearing a vest, but I don't know that. There's examples all over the place of people dressing up like ICE agents and raping and torture and stealing. I've gone over this many times. There's 4 examples I can have. I guarantee it's more than that. So here we are. Federal agents being obstructed is terrorism. Now let's just even say that's an actual thing. Like that it actually happened. So there's an agent doing an investigation and you go up and you push him to the ground and, whatever. You really disrupt his investigation. Okay. Now that's terrorism if it's somebody that they think is on the left. How do we let this happen? The Department of Justice will seek the most serious available charges against all participants in these criminal mobs. Right. So now you're a protest that they've already told you. Lefty organized groups with their signs, they're all domestic terrorism. They just keep saying these things. So you now are part of those protests that they call mobs. And somebody comes in and provocateurs and causes violence. Or let's just even say one person commits violence. Not everybody, but the one person they use to justify you all as a left, crazy, lunatic, radical mob. They are telling you they will seek the most extreme charge they possibly can for anybody involved. All they're doing is convincing you that you better not do anything. As Americans, you better just keep your mouth shut because Donald Trump is going to push the envelope. Yep, that's how this works. Including conspiracy offenses, assault offenses, civil disorder. Are you kidding me? Civil disorder? Guys, you know how benign that ultimately is? That could be but they're telling you we're going to go domestic terrorism all day long. They only strengthen our resolve to complete the work begun. Whatever that thing, I'm sure you think you know what that is. Sadly, you probably don't. To the end, I have directed the FBI, DEA, ATF, and USM, so military, to accelerate our efforts alongside the Department of Homeland Security to locate, apprehend, detain, prosecute, and remove illegal aliens. Now it's about illegal aliens. So you're telling me that we need military deployment, National Guard, ICE, ATF, FBI, and only for rounding up these illegal aliens? Now, yeah, you might think that makes sense with all the numbers they lie about, but they're telling you this is not what it's about. With their very actions that are making it clear that they're using that, just like we told you, around biometrics and everything else, to rationalize literal military deployment. Jack Posobiec points out what she's referencing there, at least as he claims, that's 200 joint forces, task forces across America. 200. So when I told you they had those few about the National Guard that they were already ready, there was only supposed to be a few of them, but they could deploy across the country. Well, there's 200, as he claims, joint terrorism task force deployments. So now you've got 200 little deployment groups all across the country that can be rapidly deployed for whatever. This is martial law. I don't care how you pretend you want to make sense of this. You're talking about military deployment, always on always there, ever present, ready to be deployed. Because that's the National Guard part. This is overlapped with probably both, to be honest. Mario Nawfal comes out and says the White House releases the list of political agitators. This is where it just gets comically stupid. Because what's so embarrassing is the people like Stephen Miller still pushing in the screaming that if they say fascism, that means they're violent. Or that means they're inciting violence, go arrest them. Despite the fact that he and every one of the other ones have called everybody else a fascist 100 times. That's how dumb this all gets, and they don't care. They're just going to bull rush it in like they did everything else in the courts and everywhere else. This is a deadly assault on an ICE field office in Dallas, which, by the way, was deadly for the detainees, and the whole weird psyop around the story being tied to years of inflammatory rhetoric on top Democrats. Right. It's simple as that. Even though we can't prove that, we're going to go, all of you doing that is why this happened. Certainly possible, right? But how about it's just as easy to say all of the Republicans are because of that? Right? There's no evidence either way, so why not, right? Why don't you just blame aliens? It's just as logical. I mean, that's not really, but trying to be hyperbolic. It's just as logical to say either way because there's no evidence. But it says officials say a gunman with anti-ice. Right. Somebody who wrote with a ballpoint pen on bullets they didn't fire, anti-ice. Because that's what we all say, anti-ice. I mean, have you even heard anybody call themselves anti-ice? I'm sure it exists. But as many point out, like with Tyler Robinson, squad, all these terms that just don't make sense for the age group, for anything other than authorities writing it out, or Bongino, or whatever you could picture them clumsily writing down. Who knows what actually happened? Maybe that was real. That's also possible. Specifically targeting federal agents, but see, they keep saying that, and you can't prove that. The point was, if you understand the story, was he was an edgelord type, right? On 4chan, which, by the way, is far more associated with the right than anything else, but it's not proven which side he's on, because the reality is it seems he's apolitical, and it was really about, manipulating. That's what those terms are for, like people that troll all sides and like to make fun of everybody political. So anti-ice, as all his friends said, there's no way he meant that in a legitimate sense. That was his trolling, essentially. But, of course, they could be lying, too. At the end of the day, you question everything, but the reality is the evidence in no way can prove that we know who he was targeting. But they all sell it the same way. But don't worry, let's boot Jimmy Kimmel off the air because he said exactly what we're saying in reverse. That we know he was MAGA. No, you don't. Just like you don't know it was a lefty person. You can't prove that with Robinson or anybody else so far. But what do all of it lead to? Suppression, censorship, control of your life. Funny how that always is the common thread. It says the administration points to a staggering 1,000%. Great journalism, bud. Did you even look it up? Did you even try to find that evidence? Because it doesn't exist. But Nartfall is just a mindless repeater. Arguing the escalation mirrors the language of elected leaders. From calling agents Gestapo, which is exactly what they are doing. Like literally identical to that conversation. So how dare you call them a word that makes sense for what they're doing? And slave patrol. I mean, look, these are just simply words. The idea that you ever argue that them saying something leads to violence, they're saying words are violence. That's what they're doing. Didn't we all laugh when the left was doing that? Yes. The White House warns these labels have crossed into dangerous incitement. There it is. That's exactly what they were saying about the left. And they all said, oh, you're so stupid, you're woke politics. Here's what they're pointing to, though. This is where it gets even more ridiculous. So here's what they're claiming is incitement to violence. Walt saying modern day Gestapo. Sort of like you saying they're, look, calling someone a terrorist is a little bit more serious than pretty much everything on this list. But I still wouldn't argue that means they're doing it. They can say what they want because that's real free speech. That's what principled action and stance looks like. Governor Newsom likened ICE to secret police. Authoritarian. Are you kidding me? That you're going to point to somebody calling them secret police and authoritarian? Not only is that literally what they're doing, but even if he was wrong, how is that incitement? You guys are such children. This is what the White House put out. And also shows you if this is the best they can do, think about how crazy that is. I can show you examples of the right saying things that are way more extreme. But I still wouldn't argue they're responsible for people's actions because that's stupid. And because the principle of free speech applies. It says, claim the country is becoming Nazi Germany. Yeah, it is. Left and right, by the way. But I guess that's why, you get the point, guys. Oh my God, he said they're a betrayal. Betrayal. They're violent. Arrest them. Like, this is the kind of Stephen Miller stupidity. Thugs. He called them thugs. How dare you? I mean, what they're doing here is proving to you that they don't believe in free speech. That's all this is. Terror force. Okay, you called them a terrorist all day long. Accuse them of kidnapping and resisting. Yes. Guys, they're arresting people without warrants, without identifying themselves. Are you stupid or are you just willfully deceptive? Probably both. You get it. It goes, all of them are like that. The worst thing you're going to find is terrorist. And that's what they're calling all of them. So here is, I'm just going to play some of them. Ted Cruz put this out yesterday. Here's over 7 minutes of Democrats at the federal, state, and local levels inciting violence. It's the same thing. It's literally a list. That was a list of all these things.
Donald Trump's modern-day Gestapo is scooping folks up off the streets.
That's the first. Gestapo, you're inciting violence. No, they're literally doing that, right? That's literally do. But see, this is the right creating a situation where they can claim your words are violence. So you can be charged, arrested, held accountable. All right, so they'll come after someone like me for my right to say what I think is happening. Like, what if you, God forbid, actually think that they're like Gestapo? Even if you're wrong, they're telling you now that's inciting violence. So you're not allowed to have an opinion if it differs from what they say because you're now violent. Guys, this is authoritarian. It's exactly what you called out on the left. Have the courage to call it out. And it gets all like this.
They're in unmarked vans wearing masks, being shipped off to foreign torture dungeons.
Yep, literally. I mean, do we forget that El Salvador was the reality of what they did there has now been proven? The gay guy was sexually abused. He was beat up. I mean, every one of them have had the same story. But how dare he say that because he's a Democrat? Ignorance.
No chance to mount a defense. Not even a chance to kiss a loved one goodbye.
True.
Just grabbed up by masked agents, shoved into those vans, and disappeared.
True. Now, do I think he is a good person fighting for freedom? No, I don't. Doesn't mean he's lying, though. Or rather, doesn't mean that's not true. The point is that people who manipulate you with the truth, the best manipulations usually use mostly truth. So right now, they're using these things because they know it's easy to use this to gain momentum from their side when they need that. So they can be, we're the good ones doing the right things when the reality is they're just going to come back and do the same thing from the other side. But they get you to think they're the right one, just like they've convinced the right on this moment that they're the ones doing the right thing while they do exactly what they called out on the left. This is why it's become so cartoonish right now. And again, hopefully with media like ours and IMA and everybody else, I think it's a large momentum that's happening. People are seeing this because I don't think Americans are as dumb as they want them to be. In fact, I think it's the other way. I mean, look, I know there's a lot of people that have, through social engineering and what else, are losing the plot. But I believe that I think what we're proving with this and what's happening right now, and the fact that they're losing control of all this is evidence to me that Americans are smarter than they want them to be. Not just stupid, like not dumb, but like aware of these things. Like we are proving to the world that we see these things. I know it's hard to see, but at least consider that.
When you compare the old films of the Gestapo grabbing people off the streets of Poland, and you compare them to those nondescript thugs who grabbed that graduated student, it does look like a Gestapo operation.
Yeah, it literally does, guys. Why is that so hard for you to wrap your mind around? Like, even if you disagree, go look the videos up. It's like identical. The point is, it's not about whether you agree with it or not. That, even if he was saying they're monster terrorists that deserve to be put down, it's not his responsibility that other people took action. We got to be real about this. Oh, I forgot to announce at the beginning. We're going to be having a panel on the 30th with the IMA. James Corbett will be there, Off Guardian, Derek, myself, a bunch of us have already agreed to be there. And we're going to be having a large conversation that we probably will disagree on. I think it's one that you should not miss because I am taking this to the extreme. And I don't mean like in a radical extreme way. I mean to the point that we're going to take this to a level that is difficult to talk about, but is necessary. And I'm going to be erring on the side of free speech like we should be. And so my point there is, look, to somebody saying, take out that person, I understand why we've worked this into the world to be that person should be. And I get it. That's wildly irresponsible. But here's where we get into the point where if you did that and something happened, the government should never be involved with speech, ever. But somebody could take action personally. You could sue them, for example. Right? There's all sorts of other things than but the government stepping in and saying, what you said caused that, you're in trouble, was the moment we lost our way. In that conversation, there's plenty more of them. But guess what? That's not what they're doing. They're saying they're thugs. Isn't that what you guys say about the left every 30 seconds? Yes. And many of you believe it. And many of you are right. Doesn't mean that anything anybody does because of that is now their responsibility. It's the same thing you would have said about this in reverse, and you damn well know it. But here they are rattling off a bunch of protected speech statements as if that's proof that they're inciting violence. These are people who are quite literally trying to destroy this country, undermining first principles for, either the destruction or somebody else's benefit.
You know, my dad served in Second World War. He fought the Nazis, and
Now, same point. Do I think this person's a good person fighting for freedom? I don't believe any of them are. My personal opinion. I'm jaded. I could be wrong, definitely, but I'm pessimistic when it comes to government because we have every right to be. doesn't mean that these statements are false.
I think he's looking down right now and he's happy that I'm fighting today's Nazis.
Because if we just roll this clock on the wall back 75 years, we'd be looking at a time in Nazi Germany where people ran around with signs like this new ICE sign that says, report all foreign invaders to ICE.
Which is real, by the way. And the point is, that is I wasn't going to cuss right there. That just sounded bad. My words sounded funny when they came out, but very, it's exactly what they're doing. It is like identical to the reality of what's happening. So you're not allowed to make the allegation, it's all the same point, guys. And you can go through this over and over and over. It's all the same stuff. At the most, you're going to get terrorist, which is exactly what they're all calling the left by and large right now. It's so lazy to pretend like this is enough. If you're an American and you believe in free speech, you should be outraged that they're even trying to suggest that statements. Now, the major point here is to understand the difference between when the government's involved and when it's not. The fact that they're doing this and the fact that people like Cruz are saying, look, they can't say, that's him inserting the government, whether they're government agents or not. The reality is that as an individual, you can take action personally. You can go punch them in the face if you want. They can sue you for that. Or you can sue them for something they did. Take fire in a theater. If somebody says, fire the fire, and they lied about it, you trip over and you break your ankle. The government is not allowed to get involved with that because you're allowed to say what you want. You, however, can sue that person and say, you caused this. You can sue anybody for anything, and a judge may find reasoning and say, yes, that makes sense. They did do that. That has nothing to do with constitutional rights. That's you deciding to sue based on what you think happened. The theater owner can sue them and say, you caused this to happen. Now nobody wants to come here anymore. Like, the reality is that the moment we allowed the government to be involved with things like that was the moment we lost connection with that. We blurred the lines of what the reality is there. And, fire in a theater stood there for a long time before they pushed that envelope further. But we have to realize what that really was. Now, I'm just for time. I mean, you can go through the whole damn thing, right? You can go through and listen to them.
No matter what it takes, no matter how long it takes, will of course be identified.
Oh, wait, was I playing that?
With Uncle Sam there.
I was going to say, did I play on the screen the whole time? Hold on. Here's I'm just going to jump to one and let you listen.
That's literally what's going on.
You have called to abolish ICE. How do we achieve a future that's post-ICE?
Mm-hmm. How do we achieve?
You can listen to the whole thing if you want. All it is about abolish ICE. Oh no, how dare you call to abolish ICE? You mean like you've called to abolish any number of institutions and groups? So next time somebody goes and attacks WHO or you, it's worthy of ridicule because they know they're doing the same thing and yet they don't care that their side sees them. That shows you that they're working for something else, in my opinion. Anyway, feel free to watch it all. Every one of those is the same kind of thing. Here's Ted Cruz trying to use it. The Democrat Party is actively putting law enforcement in danger. You couldn't even argue that him misrepresenting what they're saying like that is the same thing in reverse? Yes, you could. But he has every right to say what he wants because that's free speech. Well, here's Stephen Miller, the modern day Goebbels, which is the Nazi propagandist. Here's what he has to say. Let's not forget, by the way, the reality of where the Comey situation currently is. Who knows what's ultimately going to happen? But you know what I think. I think the evidence already shows you that this was never even intended to go anywhere, but just meant to make you feel like things were changing and happening. But here's what Miller had to say.
Well, and Clapper, Brennan, Obama, Monaco, all conspired together, all worked together.
Don't you love how they just keep screaming that? They've called Obama a treasonous, a traitor, which are very serious terms with legal definitions many times. And yet he's somehow not in prison. Isn't that funny? If they feel like you understand, even Obama could quite literally sue them for libel if they're making a statement like that and there's nothing to back it up, or rather no evidence to put him in jail. My opinion, I think these people are very dangerous criminals. And the point is, I'm making a point to say this more specifically now because I say put them in jail. What I mean is go through the right process. I think they're criminals. That's why I think it's going to end up that way if there's a real system. But I'm never saying do that process. Charge them with the crime, present the evidence, give due process, and put them in jail with every single one of them. I think that's where we should go with these people who are committing crimes. But he and the rest have been screaming this forever. They said they were going to arrest Hillary Clinton the rest last time. But then he said, oh, they're good people. I'm glad I didn't do that. But yet then Jones comes in 2024 and says, oh, it's coming down. Clinton and Obama and everyone's going to go to jail if we keep them alive. And yet here we are again. How many times can these people lie to you right to your face? Or how many times can the CIA give Jones and people nonsense that they repeat without caring about the side effects?
To try to sabotage, undermine, unravel the democratic institutions and structures of this country. The Russiagate hoax, the Russiagate conspiracy, and all of the assaults against our liberties that went with it. The pre-dawn raid.
I mean, think about everything that's going on in the world right now, and we're still pretending like the Russiagate lie is what we really care about. I get it. There's a lot. It was very, very bad and clumsy what they tried to do. But nobody ever did anything about it on either side of this, and I don't think they're even trying right now. I think this is about feigning action to continue to manipulate the partisan sides. But either way, this is what you really care about more than anything? I mean, Trump ended up in power regardless. Like, it's just so funny that this is fixating on something that is about Democrats need to be tortured, or rather, the best word for it is punished. That's what this really comes down to. We don't even care why. Arrest them all. Find something to charge them with. They deserve it. That's what a lot of these team sport players are basically even saying out loud. Gavin McInnes told you, yes, we're being hypocrites. We don't care. They deserve it. Well, thank you for being honest, but you're a hypocrite. And it shows you that you're just as bad as them if you're doing the same thing in reverse.
The handcuffing of innocent Americans,
Oh, really? Like that's, he's talking about before. Oops. You could have, you mean like right now, like you're doing all across the country for people that, like we just showed you the American citizen that was arrested and tased and hospitalized until they went like, oops, you're American, my bad, and let him out. The only way that happens is if they arrest people because they're brown. That's it. There's no way you could miss. And every one of these cases, these people are screaming, I'm an American. I've got videos of it, 3 or 4 of them so far. Like with that exact circumstance where they're going, I'm an American. And they're beating them up and shoving them down. And then they later find out that they've got an ID in their pocket. Freedom, democracy.
Espionage against President Trump's campaign and staff, the removal of his national security advisor, one fake indictment, one fake charge after another.
Oh, exactly. An indictment that's fake. Like that's never happened before, right? Isn't it funny how all these clowns out there are trying to scream to you that the indictment proves everything? Well, look at that. It doesn't. Shocking, I know, when you understand the facts of things. No, indictments are just accusations, and you can manufacture whatever you want, which is kind of what's happening now if you understand. Like, do you realize how much you could actually go after Comey for? Do you realize how much you could actually go after for Clinton, Obama? My God, are you kidding me? Like, how about you start going after all the crimes like Obama committed while he was illegally bombing people all over the world? But you know why they won't do that? Because Trump's doing the same thing right now. You see, it's a construct, guys. You're being played. And I hope they go to jail, but I kind of think it's not going to happen. God, this guy just makes me sick. He's just you can just see it, as I called him, the dead-eyed sociopath. Now, Eric Dougherty, one of these, really kind of just bullying for the top position of blind Trump supporter right now. And he says, breaking, Gavin Newsom is being accused of purposely putting a target on the back of Stephen Miller. Why? Because he posted Stephen Miller as a fascist, which he quite literally is, but so is Gavin Newsom, so is Trump. But who cares if it's accurate? He said the fascist word. He's trying to get me killed, says an actual fascist. Again, don't hear that as one-sided. I see them both in the same way, but it's just funny to me. And Stephen Miller goes, why do you think they posted this? And then this person goes, awkward, Eric, because here's Eric going, dude, you're a fascist, to Biden. Isn't it just lazy? It just makes me laugh. Like, these people are literal children. You think he doesn't know that? He's just going along because that's the game. Lie, rampantly lawless. Just do it all. Freedom, right? Well, by the way, here's Trump calling them fascists too.
American politics today is between these far-left fascists led by Harris and her group. We have a fascist person running who's incompetent. She's a Marxist, communist, fascist, socialist. She's not actually a socialist. She's gone past that. Somebody's got to explain this woman. There's a radical left Marxist, communist, fascist.
Right? But who cares, though? Because when he said it, it was true. Yep, right? Same thing in reverse. It's just so funny to me. Yeah, I agree, but it's also true with you guys. And even if it's not true, it's just a word. Are you that? I mean, you're like I taunt people sometimes online when you're going back and forth with partisans. You are the left you so despise. Because some of them are genuine people who just don't see it because they're blinded by partisan politics. And it's a good call. It's a good thing to say. because hopefully it'll make them think about it for a second, but probably not. But it's a good thing to jab them with, right? Like, you are literally the left. You think you're fighting. How embarrassing. Here's Laura Loomer. I'm going to skip this for time, but it's because it's a 4.5-minute video, and I want to get to the final part here. But I guess, as always, guys, there is something uniquely disgusting about Laura Loomer, and I don't mean that in anything other than just who she is as a person. Because that's like the most insulting way I mean this, but I mean, it's everything that she's doing, the way that she frames things, who she talks about, the way she talks about them, the petty, disgusting, small way that she goes after anything she can for the smallest amount of light. And half the time she's lying or been proven to be wrong or eating dog food for a lie. But who cares? Because it's all the left. It's all Muslims. It's what they need to sell you on. And she says, here, it's just so funny. Jihadist Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. Like, do I think Ilhan Omar's honest? No. Do I think she's part of the problem? Yes. But this jihadist, aren't you guys the one right now saying that calling me a fascist is incitement? And so you turn around and call her a jihadist? So is your point that you're not fascist and that's why it's incitement? What are you, I'll read the rest. She goes, just went on MSNBC to cry about me and call to be charged for aiding and abetting and calling her for, she's mad at Loomer for calling her to be charged for aiding and abetting Islamic terrorists. Why? Because as President Trump called her out on Truth Social for radical behavior, and the whole immigration fraud, marrying her brother. The point is the idea that you can claim she's a domestic terrorist. Do you have evidence? Are you claiming she's working with terrorist groups? Or are you just simply saying that she has association with a group that you think is part of a Muslim thing that you then call terrorist, or because she is supporting Palestine, or your lazy, childish, nonsensical arguments that are used to make very serious legal accusations? I mean, at some point, somebody's going to have to put this person in her place. And I mean, like, in a real legal sense. Like, somebody has to come out. And this is my point about free speech. Does she have a right to say it? Yes. But you have a right to sue her, and that's the whole F around and find out, for literal libel, like for provable misrepresentation that you can quite literally prove in court. I'm not even talking about this person. I'm talking about any number of things that she's done, and it is embarrassing. Guys, you realize how many very real prominent Republicans have done? They've tried really hard to distance her from all of them because she makes them look like idiots. Because I think that's the point. I think she is the hyperbolic cartoon of what, like, Israel wants Republicans to look like. MSNBC asked her if she's going to sue, adding that there is no evidence that Omar is tied to terrorists. And Loomer doubles down as always. Oh, there's plenty of evidence, and I've been documented for years. It's always some subjective connection to a group that is Muslim that she claims are all jihadists. That's about the level of her work. And it says to Ilhan Omar, I see you were going to cry during your interview. And then on display is her very small, petty personality. I want you to cry so much when you are finally held accountable by the Trump administration that you have to take the sweaty terrorist rag off your head and use it as a handkerchief to wipe the snot and tears from your face. That's what she just wrote. And she means the hijab, right? The sweaty terrorist rag that an entire culture of people wear around the world. This person is so, in particular, disgusting. You say you don't have terror ties? It would be terrorist ties, you moron. I'll be the judge of that when I get access to your text messages. So that you mean you don't know for sure. But you're building this entire subjective case. Somebody needs to put this person down a peg. And I mean that in a very real sense of suing her for these bombastic claims that she does all over online, or the fact that she doxes people all the time, or the fact that she does any number of things that are literally worthy of lawsuits. It says your email, bank records, your communication with people in Somalia, your travel records, your donor records, your marriage records. Wow. Or here she is saying the U.S. is being taken over by Muslim invaders and nobody in the GOP is doing anything to stop it, except literally the entire team is fighting for Israel. But either way, here she's pointing to Derek Evans saying this is at Trump Tower in New York City. Okay, we're being conquered and no one's talking about it. Okay, so what you're seeing is a bunch of American citizens or possibly other illegal aliens or people that have citizenship or visa or green card. The point is they don't know that either. And quite frankly, what you can see is most of these things are put on by people there supporting Palestine and are local. Like, the point is always could there be somebody? Yes, obviously. But the reality is these are Muslims in the United States supporting Palestine and praying. How dare they in a country that pretends to be about religious freedom, right? It's just disgusting, or very, very, very racist and ignorant. We're being overtaken. Now, here's my point. What law are they breaking? If you want, okay, public disorder, whatever. Okay, fine, go after that. What law is it that you think that they're invading? Okay, let's just even say, and I can prove to you that Israel is quite literally using groups just like this to infiltrate different places, and they're working for an Israeli agenda. Does that mean every Muslim or every brown person? Not even remotely. The point is that is being done, and you can prove it on a daily basis, where they dress up like Muslims, they dress up like Palestinians, and they carry out these acts. It's been going on for years. It's going on for 76 years. Haaretz has written about it, for crying out loud. But anyway, the point is that I can prove to you that there are people doing exactly that, largely the opposite of what you think. But the real idea is that let's just say there is that, which again, that's my point in saying that. And they're infiltrating and filling out, and they're going to say, okay, when they break the law, charge them for a crime. I know it's so complicated, right? But Ryan, they're building a secret network. Okay. Well, the reality is we're supposed to be the ones with principles. We're supposed to be the ones with, that are actually fighting for something better in the world. So if you actually think that, well, first of all, let's prove that. Let's not use idiots like Laura Loomer to point at people praying in a very legal way of just Muslims that live in New York City and make that out to be some law. I understand there is elements of things that I honestly don't want people, I don't think people recognize how obviously Israel's involved with that. But reality is, if they break the law, charge them for a crime. Outside of that, everything else is nonsense. Right? So there's a building thing and they carry out an act. You don't think that's already happened throughout our history, and the reality that your government's involved with half of them? I'm not saying it's a good thing. The point is, the only thing you can do is enforce the law and stand to your principles. Now, look, am I saying they should investigate? No. You see, this is where people lose themselves in this. The police have every right and every obligation to investigate what they think are crimes. That doesn't mean arrest them for nothing. That doesn't mean shut them down before they do so because they're Muslim and because they're invading. It means investigate. If you think there's a network of terrorism, investigate it. That's what they're there for. And the point is, I have my issues with the freedom overlaps to this. I don't think the FBI should exist and so on. Different point, though. It is the way it currently is. They can investigate for people that are doing so. And if they can prove that there's an organized plan to carry out the attack, then you can charge them for the crimes you can enforce. If not, then there's nothing to enforce. It's simple. You see, and there's going to be people everywhere. I want to make this out to be so naive. And so these are people that are fighting against the Constitution. So fine, maybe you even think that I'm wrong. Maybe you think that the Constitution is being used, like I played that clip to begin with, to allow these things. Okay, if that's the case, make your argument. This is what I keep saying. Make your argument. Present your evidence and make your argument for why you think the Constitution should be broken for X, Y, and Z. See, the problem is most of these cowards who are allowing what's happening pretend that what they're doing is okay. Pretend that it is constitutional because they started it or whatever dumb argument they make. If you want to argue that we should do this, I'll listen to you. We can have a conversation. Maybe I'll even admit I'm wrong if you can sell me on it. Find it hard to believe when it comes to the Constitution, but the point is that people are lying about what they're doing because they recognize that it is unconstitutional. They don't want to admit that. What does that show you? Like I can acknowledge the possibility that maybe my view is archaic or something, and maybe there's like that's why, and maybe we should have a whole conversation, have another constitutional convention, and argue why we should go a new direction. You know my opinion on this. My point is, they'll make your argument and let's go forward, as opposed to pretending like you're in line with the Constitution while you destroy the Constitution. It's just very, very clear. Enforce the law. Stand by your principle. And this moron says, would be easier to corner and deport them. Where's the government? Right. How dare they represent their religion in a public place where they're allowed? I mean, these people are all disgusting morons, and they're out there fighting for things that are a counter to this country's values. Or rather, let's just say, because that's different, counter to the law and the constitutional reality of that law. For example, here's Laura Loomer saying, hopefully today, President Trump can negotiate the permanent deportation of Hasser Piker back to Turkey. It's time for him to go home, except he's an American. Right? That doesn't matter to Laura Loomer. That's the kind of point we're making, as he says, but I was born here, dumbass. And you can look it up for yourself, but that doesn't matter. To her, you're not American if you don't toe certain very pro-Israel lines. That's the reality. Even though that kind of seems like Israel as opposed to America, but different pokes for different folks. But here is another example. This was Tom Homan Border Czar News account, asking if we're okay with people expressing their religious beliefs in a country that professes to believe in religious freedom. And he takes issue with the phrase, God is great. Not a joke. You know why? because it's Allahu Akbar, which literally means God is great. Now, you could pretend that means terrorism because you frame it that way. Like you could pretend intifada means something other than rebellion, right? Like the American intifada, the American Revolution. That's what it was. Just a term, a word. It's exactly what it means. Now, you could yell revolution and go murder a bunch of people, and that's a crime, right? Or you could yell revolution and overthrow a government because you have a legal right to, or however you want to frame it. The point is for them to just make these terrorist words is all about them. My point, though, is that they deleted this now. Why? You can click it for yourself, because it was ridiculous. And people, even the right, was going after them because, are you a moron? Like, I get there's an issue here, and if they think that the point is that this is legally protected. These are people who are actively undermining the very Constitution they claim they're fighting for. Are these clowns still pretending Muslims attacked 9/11? Wake up. They are, by the way, including Loomer. Mehdi Hasan. Laura Loomer on September 18th literally said, why do we even have Muslims in Congress? A stain on our country. It's just mind-blowing. As Mehdi Hasan says, this is a top advisor to the president. If every top political journalist at the Post, Times, CNN, etc., isn't covering this and making a scandal out of this, it's yet another reminder that they are soft on Trump and okay with Islamophobia, whatever you call it. I mean, that's literally what it is. But guys, my God, it's just that if anybody came out and said, why do we have Jews in Congress? It's a stain on our country. It would be a waterfall for 6 months of nonstop attack on anybody. I mean, you know this. If it was Christians shouldn't be allowed in Congress, why is it okay to say Muslims? Why? Because you just arbitrarily think every Muslim in the world is one thing? Yeah, because you're a complete moron. Simple. I don't even care if it's 99%. If you say it, it's still a false statement, isn't it? But the reality is so obvious. Let's not forget, the U.S. and Israel have been the ones funding the most radical elements of exactly this problem for 76 years, really more probably like 50, 60 years. And the U.S. before that, quite frankly, if you understand other topics. The reality, though, is that this collaboration has been the ones funding the most radical things that they point to as the problem that they've used to overthrow countries all around the world. Thank God people are finally starting to recognize this. Even Hamas, by the way, since Israel quite literally funded Hamas up until October 7th. And no, that doesn't undermine the legal act of armed resistance for an occupied territory. Megatron points out the man responsible for the civil unrest at UK is Zionist Tommy Robinson, who is a Mossad agent. Even though the killing of the children was carried out by a person who is not Muslim, nor an illegal immigrant, but a native of the UK of Rwandan origin, Tommy Robinson, who is deeply infiltrated among the conservative population at UK and constantly spreads pro-Israel ideology, used the moment of bitterness to turn the anti-immigrant protests into racist and anti-Islamic ones with the top of social networks. Again, a person born in the UK, but had brown skin, right? So he turned it into an attack on immigrants. Tommy Robinson constantly travels and resides in Tel Aviv. After Israel filled the UK with illegal immigrants and their wars in the Middle East and North Africa, now they will also cause a civil war. In addition to Robinson, the government of Britain, which is completely Zionist, constantly lets new illegal immigrants into the country, and it doesn't want them to stop. All this is organized and coordinated. Now, that's Megatron's opinion. But I want you to understand that this is where, outside of, I'm less knowledgeable about I think that's real. But to the degree it's happening in the UK, and what I can see is the obvious overlaps in the United States, the border, immigration, and the fact that we've already caught somebody working for Mossad pretending to be a Palestinian coming through the border during the height of the immigration point. But we don't talk about that, though, because we're not allowed to from the Republican side. The truth is that this is exactly how this is working, and people are finding it all over the place. Creating the very problem they point to justify, just like funding terrorism, and then claim you're fighting it, guys. It's what they're doing. And again, I've shown you this many times. Here's Tommy Robinson posting a video. By the way, shortcut story. That's a Jewish woman. Easy to prove from Jewish platforms. That's a Jewish woman in Israel wearing that black cover with her child. And he says, this has no place in the 21st century because this person simply says woman in Islam. So whether Tommy's too dumb to know he's wrong or doesn't care, either way, it's easy to prove from Forward, which is an Israeli, or rather a Jewish platform, that that's a Jewish woman. It's a photographer, Yavok Lieberman, saw this site in Bet Shemesh, a Jewish woman and her two daughters, a dark black cloth covering them head to toes. And it starts by saying, No, that's not what you think it is. Are you not even a Muslim? It is a Jewish person wearing, okay. Because the point is, if you understand the reality, very similar things also happen in Israel. Maybe not that extreme degree all the time, but most Orthodox women are forced to wear head coverings, just like a lot of other places that they criticize. You see, it's not about the reality of the information. It's about an agenda that the radical Zionist government has been pushing for an entire, 70 plus years. So 2 points I want to make before we finish on the point of Portland. And I think these are important. Now, first, the January 6th point that's been going around. Thomas Massey says, I worked for years to reveal that agents and assets of the government participated in, encouraged, and instigated the protests and I can't talk right now, getting to the end of the show, and entry into the Capitol on January 6th. I believe that Garland and Wray may have perjured themselves. Thank you for your attention. I agree. Same thing I've been saying the entire time. Under Trump, under Biden, under anybody, because principled stances are what it's all about, not about the partisan side. Now, this is Trump coming out today saying it's been revealed that there were 274 FBI agents in the crowd. Now, I've said this many times already, and you guys watch this. No, I don't know why that's not a new 274. Yeah, that the specificity of it, that's new. But this has been repeated and proven many times, from naval psychological officer elements to FBI elements to specifically agents that we can see. I mean, this has been I think even Massey right here asked specifically in Congress. There's been examples of people that have publicly admitted that within elements of authority. So either way, the point is that's not new information, but that's not the point today. Or that's the point I'm making now, but to say this, but the point of what I'm bringing up for today is different. So I want to point this out because Thomas Massey is saying, here is an example of how the government manipulated the right to create a situation where they were framed as terrorists, right? It's exactly what we've said in all of these shows about this. It's just the one I'll grab real quick. And the title, January 6th was always a very clear government operation. All the stuff we've talked about, the Azov movement present, the guy from Ukraine, what's his name? Sergei Bedinin, I think. He was from the Azov movement, he's a Ukrainian, quite literally on the ground yelling things in Russian. Go get him, right? Here's the Antifa guy that was on the ground, literally caught on video saying, we did it, we got him. Like, it's lazily obvious that this was something different than what people are claiming. Now, the point was that this was an obvious operation, right? So here's Massey simply acknowledging that we know that there were FBI agents that were there. This was a larger manipulation. But what the point is that this is something we can see of the government creating a construct where the right can be blamed for the problem, and that would roll in all the things we're talking about right now. So today, we see the same thing in reverse, where the right is creating the left into that same problem to roll in all the same things. The reality is this happens both ways, or rather, again, not a both siding of the issue. It is your government that does this to all of us, regardless of what side you're on. Now, the last point, here's Laura Loomer. And this is Saeed Mohammed Marandi simply pointing out her post where he says the first sign of a Zionist false flag operation. Here's Laura Loomer. Something very big is happening. I have a very terrible feeling in my gut last month. I truly believe a massive Islamic terrorist attack on the U.S. and our electoral grid is some capacity is coming very soon. It's very weirdly specific, isn't it? All of the warning signs are there. Stay locked and loaded. Gosh, she's such a clown. Well, maybe it's because the government literally just said, emergency cybersecurity order after hackers breach at least one government agency. She's such a manipulator. The point is either somebody directed her to say that, or she's recognizing that just got said and going, for a month now, I've been thinking the thing that they just said was about to happen. So she can maybe project herself as being ahead of the story. Either way, I think it's bigger than that. Or rather, it's relevant to the point I'm making now. Here she is saying, cyber attack is coming, and we think it's a bad deal, which they'll immediately blame, Palestinian protesters, Muslims, anybody bad she doesn't like without any evidence. That's what they do. The government did come out on the 25th and said, U.S. officials issue emergency cybersecurity order. Now, the point is this kind of statement is said like every Tuesday. Kind of joking, but the reality is it's very common. Many times of the years they say that. Emergency, we get the sense that something might happen tomorrow and it doesn't happen. But it's always a setup. It might. Like, the idea is that now the air is ready for maybe something to happen, which they can then blame on a bad guy because they already, who knows? Usually the obvious culprit for something like this is Israel with the infiltration. That's not that I can prove that, but how much they're infiltrated. And almost every time it seems to be a company that they supposedly work for and they blame Iran. And it's like, well, Israel's the one that, who cares? My point today, before we finish with the main discussion of Portland, is that here she is saying this. Here's Adam pointing out she's a hostile foreign agent. Here she is saying, we're going to have another 9/11 style terrorist attack before 2024 election. Get ready for another 9/11. It's only a matter of time before we have another 9/11. They're all different posts. We will have another 9/11 in our country probably within the next 6 months to a year. Funny, it's just like Jones. World War III tomorrow, World War III, and eventually you'll be right, Or Tim Pool, Civil War, Civil War, Civil War, until eventually you're right. But the point is whether she's a hostile agent. Now look, you can't prove with these posts, right? It's an opinion. Do I think that she's actively working for a foreign? I do. What I genuinely do. I think what she's doing is in the interest of something other than America. Now, the point though, do I think what she's doing is in the interest of a foreign government or something outside? Yes, I very much do. I very much think that. Now, I guess the main point, is she using her free speech to try to manipulate us? Within the law, right? Within the law, just underneath it, using her free speech to trick us into working for Israel. Or maybe there's an organized network of people like her who are actively informing me. That's probably what's happening. But would I still fight to defend her right to have free speech? Yes, I would. And that is the point today, right? I genuinely think there's a problem with what she's doing. And I genuinely think people like her are quite literally, like, whether you think it's a coup of this country, which I'm not even remotely, I think that's likely. Or if not already happened a while ago, and watching the transition of some technocratic overtake on top of that, whatever you think about any of that, I think that. My point is that do I think she's involved in that? 100%. But would I still err on the side of fighting for her right to do that, or rather to say things and her words are allowing? Yes. Because the principle, guys. And so if and when somebody breaks the law or otherwise, arrest them, charge them, due process, prevent the evidence, arrest them. Now, what's crazy to me is that this is the problem with people today in the partisan game, is that they've convinced themselves that you make a logical argument for why they're trying to do something boogeyman wrong, even though we can't prove it. You're okay with your government breaking the rules to go after the other side. It's damn near everywhere today. And so we have to start understanding the importance of that principle and realizing that like I said before, let's just say there's some organized network of evil Muslim terrorists trying to overthrow and take over every country, every state. Well, certainly possible, isn't it? First of all, let's prove these things. Not just continue to have floating narratives of too many Palestinian flags and praying in public spaces, but let's have some proof of some kind of coordinated network. Then let's have authorities investigate that, have them go forward and charge them with crimes if you think that's possible. Bring them in front of a judge. Oh my God, it's crazy, right? Now, if you can do that, then go after them and charge them for that crime and put them in jail if they deserve that. Outside of that, what else are we talking about? Why would you then want the government to be able to broaden this out to go after anybody they think might fit into that? Gee, that's never been abused before. You see it's obvious where we need to err on this. So if you can't understand why it's important to err on the side of that principle, especially when we can't prove what they're saying is true, then I think you've lost the plot. And I think that's exactly where they've driven us to. So Trump says he will send troops to Portland. In Oregon, obviously, in latest development in U.S. cities. Now, this is actually really important because I think this is not just about his own power grab and the many other things we discussed, but this is let's just put it like a beginning, like the DC and many others were kind of the starting, but this is the beginning of a new step in this phase. And I think this is all in the direction of everything we've discussed today, from the control over our narratives and the shutting down of our speech, for all the ways this overlaps. Because now you can't say the wrong thing in certain contexts because they're going to call you a domestic terrorist, just like Biden was doing. But maybe this time they're going to act on it. But anyway, you get it. Everything we discussed today. I think these actions, this is one part of a major development, but it's all leading in that direction. So let me go through this as a little bit more. This is from the article from today. Donald Trump says Saturday he will send troops to Portland, Oregon, quote, authorizing full force if necessary to handle domestic terrorists as he expands his controversial deployments to American cities. Now, remember, as of right now, there's only been DC. He's threatened Chicago, hasn't happened. He's threatened Memphis, hasn't technically happened, not the way that we're talking about. Now he's threatening Oregon. I get the sense that Portland is going to be the real next step. Personal opinion. Domestic terrorists. Okay, so domestic terrorists, then why are we involving ICE in this? Why is it about ICE locations? Well, I think that makes the whole point. Because it's about you. It's about local. It's about creating. The whole thing was always aimed at you, like we've been telling you for years, left and right. He made the announcement on social media, writing that he was directing the Department of Defense to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland. War-ravaged Portland? I mean, guys, that's comically they're not. Look, there are very many cities that are way above the list on how much crime, for example. That just doesn't make any sense unless you understand what he's trying to insinuate or basically just nod to. Antifa, right? The protest, where it originates from, we were told. And that's what he's trying to get at. The battle for Portland, like all these historical sort of like civil rights, protesting moments. That's what they're pointing at. And it says, Trump said the decision was necessary to protect U.S. immigration and custom enforcement facilities, which was described as under siege from attack by Antifa and other domestic terrorists. That's the one time it gets brought up in this and that context, but he's not aiming this at them in what he's doing. It is, but it's not specific in most cases. But so he's saying facilities. So we're deploying military to protect buildings? Do you really think that's what this is about? Like, you think you couldn't brought in authorities from the state? This is about something else. Portland's mayor, Democrat, Keith Wilson, said there was no need for troops in his city. Quote, our nation has a long memory of acts of oppression, and the president will not find lawlessness or violence here unless he plans to perpetuate it. But shouldn't this, Constitution, states' rights. This is where the line is drawn. Everything else is unconstitutional, border expansions of power, national emergency, Insurrection Act. These are all things that have been tacked on that I would argue are counter to the Constitution, but that's going to be a hard sell for most people right now. Either way, states' rights matters. And if you're going to argue that there's national emergency, you should damn well prove that. And of course, if he says it and it's not true and doesn't prove it, that's where Congress is supposed to come in and say, you lied, impeachment, but they never do that anymore. And that's where the whole system breaks down. And I think that's been coordinated into place by either a foreign entity or the collaboration of these people for the consolidation of power. Now, again, he says, under siege by attack from Antifa and other domestic terrorists. Don't forget, the labeling of Antifa as domestic terrorists has, and again, there are, look, despite what they claim is like there's nothing, there are groups. There's very clearly like organized groups of Antifa that have, different things they wear and like their list of people, like that exists. But I agree that I don't think there's some kind of like one central linking thing for all of it. I do obviously I think that like from the left kind of organized element, just like we see on the right, or even if it's just like Patriot Front, Antifa from like the FBI level, however you look at it, those things are real. You can quite literally prove that the infiltration and use of these groups are prevalent. My point, though, is that there are plenty of groups that are just groups that want to fight against what they see as a problem. And in many ways, ignorantly act out in ways that are quite literally fascist. But the idea that you can just arbitrarily label every one of these American people as domestic terrorists because they are part of a group that you don't like, it's just mind-blowing to me. And on top of that, they already made the case, which we'll read in a second, that if the word fascist is used, then you're part of the group. That's what they're doing. So calling them a fascist while they're being fascistic is now you're a terrorist group. Where's the emergency? Asked resident Alan something, 72 years old, who said he was disgusted by the president's actions. Another resident, 74 also, called Trump's statements ridiculous. He pointed out that he was taking a leisurely stroll along the river on a peaceful sunny day. Now, I opened multiple restaurants in Portland and some just outside of that a while back. And I've lived in Washington for a while. I mean, I'm very familiar with the area in general. And, I know some people that still live out in the area. And as far as I can tell, there's not some massive, overwhelming problem. But that's the same thing I could have pointed out in regard to any other places they've already gone. Now, specifically, DC, yeah, there's a hell of a lot of crime in DC. But as I proved to you, it was lower on the list in the number of even the top 30. But that didn't stop them from pretending that was the biggest problem in the world. Claimed Washington, D.C. was more dangerous than any other place in the world. That's how that's very Zionist propaganda of them. Just, you couldn't have just said it's bad enough to act on. You have to make some crazy lie. That's what Stephen Miller does every day. Trump does it every day. It says, this place is not a city that's out of control. It's just a beautiful place. Trump previously threatened to send the National Guard into Chicago, but has yet to follow through. Same thing with Memphis. Quote, we stand ready to mobilize U.S. military personnel in support of DHS operations in Portland at the president's direction. This was Parnell, who was the Pentagon spokesperson. But Governor Tina Kotek, a Democrat, has said there's no national security threat in Portland. Quote, our communities are safe and calm. I mean, shouldn't it matter that they have to prove what they're saying? I mean, it really should. The Trump administration sent hundreds of agents, including from the U.S. Border Patrol, for the stated purpose of protecting the federal courthouse from vandalism. Okay, so even if you think that the primary goal is to get immigrants, they're pulling people from doing that to protect buildings from being vandalized. Or about all people going after immigrants, usually profiling, who were in other cases actually going after sex trafficking rings and pedophile rings. That's a very provable case. I've pointed that out many times. Seems very counterintuitive for what the whole point is, but maybe not, since we're now pretending the Epstein files are a hoax. Recent protests have been far more muted and focused on the area around the ICE building. It says located outside the city, downtown. That was the heart of the 2020 protests. That's really one of the largest ones they're just kind of pointing back to as war ravaged. The building's main entrance and ground floor windows have been boarded up and are tagged with graffiti. Yes, and if you think that's charge them with a crime. Do they vandalize it? Then arrest them. But the game you play where you go, okay, they're all terrorists because they tagged the side of the building, it's just silly. Now, I know that's not the real point of what they're claiming, but that's what they're pointing to in this case. They're saying that they're attacking the building, deploy the military to defend against people with a spray can. The truth is, if people could be charged with those crimes, they would have already done it. This is using anything they can to justify terrorism, guys. Terrorism charges. Earlier this month, the city said it would issue a land use violation notice to the city's ICE enforcement building because it had been used to detain people overnight for more than 12 hours, which, by the way, is a violation of its conditional land use approval. But that doesn't matter. See, the law doesn't apply to us, which from Trump's perspective. And so the point is, they keep doing this in many of these locations. They're holding people for well beyond what they're supposed to. That's a crime. And so from the state's perspective, they can choose to act. Look, I get it that these governors have a political motivation and maybe they don't act on places they should. It doesn't change the fact that that is still a problem and should be acted upon. So just because you go, but they don't act anywhere else, doesn't change anything. They're all doing that. Trump is doing that. So the point is, that is still a thing. And you should care about that thing, even though they don't enforce everything everywhere else. It's frustrating. This is, we're going to get out there and we're going to do a pretty big number on those people in Portland, Trump said. Just, I don't know. It just is so over the top for me. And I think, guys, this is obviously going in a very, very bad direction. So again, here's Bondi today. Under President Trump's leadership, there is zero tolerance for political violence and domestic terrorism. You know, of course, unless it's Israeli, and unless it's one of your people on your team, unless, you know, just like the same on the other side. I am deploying federal agents to ICE facilities around the country. If you so much as touch one of our officers, you go to prison. Even right there, Bondi just being Bondi. Even though touching somebody is not a crime, even though touching somebody, even if you think it's done in some kind of weird manipulative way, is still not worthy of sending someone to prison, but they'll do it. The guy just suplexed a woman for pleading with him on his elbow. Do you realize just because you think that's funny, you like seeing Democrats threatened, doesn't make that justifiable. And she's not lying about that. They've already done this, guys. They've already shown you how far they're willing to go for people that key a Tesla, for example. Remember that? Funny how long we go from there. Well, I said, why ICE facilities for what they call domestic terrorism? Think about it. Why is this even overlapping? Because we want to defend them from graffiti. Are we really thinking that's what makes sense? Essentially proving to me that the deployment of ICE, which is what I've been saying the entire time, and military all around the country was not really about immigration, but simply the new normal. I know we can see this if we're being honest with ourselves. Gen X Girl says this is not good. Anyone, anything is labeled terrorism now, which again, it's important to keep making the point, is identical to what we saw from Biden. It's the Patriot Act on steroids and the use of our military on the homeland. While it may seem like a good idea, 2028 is not that far away. Once this becomes acceptable, the other side will use it on you. It's amazing how we can't think at that point. And the truth is, the John Jones and all, people like that, they know this. They're just trying to get you in the spot you need to be in so the power structures can abuse you. And they can claim foul and pretend whatever they do to keep their game going. The truth is that this is obvious. Anybody with a brain can recognize that the powers they're allowing now will be used against by the other side. Yep, as always. And that's part of the game. Stephen Miller comes out and says, we're witnessing domestic terrorist sedition against the federal government. He just keeps pushing that bond. So if you're claiming sedition, you don't make a claim like that with nothing. This is why lawyers out there are making fun of this guy every day. If you're accusing somebody, now he's not making it specific right there, but he does often, right? Obama and Comey and they're traitors. So those are very serious claims. If you're making that claim, especially with somebody's position that he's holding, that somebody could sue you for libel. The reason they don't, I think, is because they're all playing this game. But overall, you're trying to convince people that they're domestic terrorists, and then you do nothing about it. Who have you arrested, Miller? Who's in jail? Hey, is there any Democrats you've arrested? When's that going to happen? But he'll sit there with his lazy sociopathic eyes and tell you that everyone's going to jail. It's all coming down, just like Jones does and has for years. But he says against the government. So it's not just lefties doing things that we argue are terrorism. No. This is an organized sedition. Sort of like when they claimed you guys were insurrectioning the government, overthrowing the government. Can you not just stand back and look at how the government plays these games and stop listening to idiots like Stephen Miller who just are leading? He's the Pied Pipering you right into your own destruction. He says the JTTF, which I'll show you now, has been dispatched by the Attorney General pursuant to the NSPM 7, which I'll show you as well. Same document. All necessary resources will be utilized. Or not same document. It's the National Security Presidential Memorandum 7. And what was it again? I looked it up earlier. I'm not forgetting. Damn it. What was that again? Anyway, this is the document. Sorry, I'm trying to remember. It drives me crazy. What was that again? No, anyway, the point, what he's simply saying clearly is that they've dispatched this pursuant to this document, which is the National Security's Presidential Memorandum number 7. And this is about countering domestic terrorism and organized political violence. Now, we have to realize that this, so he's saying action's been taken based on this. You have the president of the country writing an executive order on the 25th and then just casting law, because that's apparently the way our country operates. And I've been saying that for many administrations now. It's rule by executive order. They all act like they're critical of it when the other side does it, and they all do the same thing. It's the same like everything else. You're a terrorist. No, you're a terrorist. And they both do the same thing. It's just they're building and building and building. They're both adding to their power as they go forward. Here's what some of these important parts say. This political violence is not a series of isolated incidents and does not emerge organically. Instead, it is a culmination of sophisticated, organized campaigns of targeted intimidation, radicalization, threats, and violence designed to silence opposing speech, limit political activity, change or direct policy outcomes, and prevent the functions of democracy in time. Okay, every single thing you just listed off. First of all, have they proven any of this? Are you able to lay out a provable case that a judge could accept and charge somebody with of an organized campaign? Now, am I saying it's not happening? No, I'm not. My point is, I don't think either side it behooves them to prove the way that they both manipulate all of us. So what you're going to get is the broad claim of this, but then they apply to individual cases. Just like it's been happening back and forth for a long time. Coming after social media, like myself, going after individuals protesting on the ground. That's what it'll be. But never will it be getting the real, what they claim they're actually aiming at, which is the larger organized infrastructure. Because if you look, that's the government, right? That's what we're talking about. A new law enforcement strategy that investigates all participants in these criminal and terrorist. There you go. Now they're pretending they're going with the big picture, but we're going to start focusing on the individuals acting for the whole team. Oh, so it's not a big organized focal point. It's about the individual, including the organized structures, networks, entities, organizations, funding sources. We'll see. I think it's pretty clear the way they're framing this is this is going to be about people protesting. This is going to be about people out there deciding to try to, call out an ICE agent who's doing the wrong thing. That's I watch. These campaigns often begin by isolating and dehumanizing specific targets to justify murder or other violent actions against them. It's like they're literally listing off what both sides will do, what Israel's doing every single day. Silencing speech? Really? Guys, it's what's constantly happening more than I've ever seen in my entire life right now. Using this pattern. Oh, and then it says, radicalization and violent intimidation. You're a terrorist. Literally calling all of them a terrorist organization seems to be a little bit over, pretty much on the nose. Uniting this pattern of violent and terroristic activities under the umbrella of self-described anti-fascism. Oh, okay. So it's literally only about one side, even though that's never listed in here. I said that when they made very careful point to not say the left, even though every other point over the last 6 months has been left, anti-left, left, terrorist left, radical left, lunatic left. Now they passed the bill aimed at that, and they weirdly don't make that point. It's almost comical. But anti-fascism, okay. Now, even if there's clear points where people can be anti-fascist on any political side, they mean the left when they say that. These movements portray foundational American principles. Support for law enforcement and border control as fascist. No, what they're saying is that you guys with your fascist police enforcement are being fascist. And then you go, you hate police. That's not what I said. But see, some of them do. But you love to conflate Americans with the one thing you don't like. You point at the one guy with a Nazi sign and go, you're all Nazis. Oh, remember that? The right, trucker convoy? We don't like to talk about those things now because it makes us uncomfortable to recognize all sides do it. Or just recognize that it's dumb to do it in general because it's hyperbolic and it's not what everybody represents. But the left are all something, right? Common threads animating this violent conduct include anti-Americanism. Oh, interesting. Anti-capitalism. Doesn't this sound familiar? Yeah, because it's identical to what Biden wrote in his document, which there it is. Which, by the way, they deleted. It is no longer there. Now ask yourself at what point that started to happen. At what point did the White House or the government start deleting documents that were that's not how that's supposed to work, guys. I'm pretty sure there's a law about how much you want to bet, though? All they did was move it to some other server somewhere that nobody knows is there. And they go, oh, it's all there. We just, it's like a link somewhere that nobody has public. That's the kind of games they play today. The reality, though, is this is something that was documented. This was a government action and document outlining action. And whether or not you shifted, that's not supposed to be deleted. That's supposed to be something that we can reference. But you see, we live in a technocratic dystopian world right now where they are actively shoring these things up. Point is that I honestly think why they deleted it is because it's like identical to what Trump's doing with a few different flavors, but it's the same thing in outcome, in principle. So anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism. I mean, even that I can just show you real quick. Violently oppose all forms of capitalism. Oh, funny. It's almost like they're doing the same thing. And it says anti-Christianity. That one's added. That wasn't the other one. Support for overthrow of the United States government. Extremism on migration, race, gender. Really? I mean, seriously? Like, this is what's so funny. Like, there's many points in this that quite literally show you that it's going to be aimed at everybody. Oh, shocking. That's exactly what the brain has been telling you for a long time. So your extremism on race? Well, let's just even say that Trump doesn't do anything. Well, here comes Biden. Here comes whoever, I know you all want to pretend like for sure it's going to be Vance. How much you want to bet it doesn't happen that way? Because it always kind of teeter-totters back and forth. Now, yeah, sometimes it's consecutive years, but either way, I think right now, because of how fast it's happening, I already said this before. Like, I thought Trump was going to be in power, but a lot of people did. I'm willing to bet you, I don't know who exactly yet, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be a Democrat because that's the way the game goes. Either way, they will use that to go after you for exactly the same reason and ignore happening on their side. It's this game that plays back and forth. But right now, I'm getting the sense that maybe that'll happen differently this time, that maybe will be everybody. That you'll be gone after to make a point, thinking that you're doing this to go after the left, right? Dunking on the left becomes now you're in a gulag, right? Now you're in the technocratic prison because you thought you were dunking on the left. Hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, religion, morality, right? I mean, it's very clear that most of this is meant to be like sentiments that they will think is only about the left. Designating Antifa. Says, for example, Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin engraved the bullets with anti-fascist rhetoric. Oh, did he? The idea is clearly these were from that game, by the way. But who cares about the way you can clearly prove that's what it comes from? Saying something is fascist does not make you anything other than a point. An honest person today. What these governments are doing is by definition fascistic, but doesn't matter. Now it says, investigating domestic terrorism organizations. The joint, oh, that's what it was. That's what it was. Okay, now I remember. I was going to kill me. The Joint Terrorism Task Force. That's what it was. So what Stephen Miller is saying, the Joint Terrorism Task Force has been dispatched, which we already reported, pursuant to this new document. Right, because that makes sense. They can just, I mean, why even sign a piece of paper anymore? Why not just say, I get to do it because I'm in charge, which is basically what they're doing. Stamp a document. I can do whatever I want. That's what Trump thinks today. But it says, it says the Joint Terrorism Task Force and its local offices shall coordinate and supervise a comprehensive national strategy to investigate, prosecute, disrupt entities and individuals engaged in acts of political violence and intimidation designed to suppress lawful political activity and disrupt the rule of law. Okay, so now if you are accused of somehow obstructing their what they're trying to do, even if it's illegal, you're a domestic terrorist. That's how simple this becomes. And the national strategy, like if you can't realize this is not going away, this is not some momentary go off to the left, this is your forever new police state, like a lot of us have been telling you. But, you know, a nice special technocratic version with Palantir labeling, but it's the same thing. It will be used against all of us as the design has been built. And you're ushering in your own subjugation if you can't pay attention. The non-governmental organizations and American citizens residing abroad or with close ties to foreign governments. Oh my God, really? You mean like everyone in Congress right now? Agents, citizens, foundations, or influence networks engaged in violations of the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Now you realize how crazy this is? They're doing this to make a point. This is aimed at, I mean, who's to say at this point? I mean, because I think what it's supposed to mean to the right is Iran and Qatar, I guess, is what they'd love to talk about right now. It's obviously, if you're going to be objective, this is more than anything about Israel's infiltration of this country. But you think that's what they're talking about? No. But that's what some of them might want to think. All these Q people are going to go, oh, we knew it, save Israel for last, because they'll believe anything. Or money laundering by funding, creating, or supporting entities that engage in activities that support, this is interesting, domestic terrorism. So now, because you've deemed whatever you want to call this, and not just Antifa anymore, this new one means you are obstructing our actions, you're a domestic terrorist. So now you claim what you did is domestic terrorism. And now we're going to say whatever group you're connected to is, by definition, is domestic terrorism. And now we're going to say whatever funding and activities you've done is now supporting domestic terrorism. So therefore, I mean, this is how insane this gets when you label something arbitrarily as serious as domestic terrorism. The Attorney General shall issue specific guidance that ensures domestic terrorism priorities include politically motivated terrorist acts, such as organized doxing campaigns. Are you kidding me? I mean, it's just, by the way, which you guys have, Charlie Kirk's murderers, anyone? Doxing people's addresses in their home? They removed it because they got called out. Loomer doxes like it's their birthday. The point is that this is something happening everywhere. And you're calling it domestic terrorism. Doxing in some cases is very much a crime. The bottom line is that they're calling it domestic terrorism, politically motivated terrorist acts. So the same thing about this is, it's like, this is hate speech. Politically motivated, that's hate speech. There's a crime and there's not. Making it about being politically motivated is just another label to extend it out and broaden it out and create a construct that can be used. That's everything they're doing. Or to make it extra severe because we think you did it for this reason. Because look, he's got a Palestinian flag on his hat. That's what we're talking about. Even if it actually is politically motivated, why does that change the severity of the crime? The crime is the crime. Charge them for the crime. Every moment we give them this leeway, this gets worse and worse. So when we know that hate speech is not real and they go after words because, they say you did it because you hate this person, that doesn't change the crime. And now you can start saying that you say words are hate speech. Now they're hate crimes. Political violence is hate speech. There is no such thing as political violence. There's just violence. That's the point. Now watch as that gets repeated by people in certain circles that claim that's something that we should remember. This guidance should also include the identification of any behaviors, fact patterns, recurrent motions. I missed these. It says doxing, swatting, rioting, looting, trespass, assault, destruction of property, threats of violence, civil disorder. Do you not realize they just literally framed civil disorder as domestic terrorism? Shall pass specific guidance that ensures domestic terrorism priorities include, and lists off a bunch of things. The last one is civil disorder. So somebody sitting in the streets now a domestic terrorist? Somebody who protests legally in other ways that you say is in the way, like at a college, is a domestic terror? Yes. That's not my word. That's what she just wrote, or Trump just wrote. That's insane, guys. That's absolutely shockingly insane. Let alone trespass, assault, looting. These are not terrorist acts, guys. They're terrorist acts. Why? Because it's politically motivated. Doesn't exist. The secretary, then finish the last part. It says, this guidance shall also include an identification of behaviors, patterns. See something, say something, guys. Recurrent motivations or other indicia, how do you say that? Indicia, common to, examples, common to organizations and entities that coordinate these acts in order to direct efforts to identify and prevent potential violent activity. Great. So now you're going to have people tattling on their neighbors because they, have a certain flag, say a certain thing, protest in a certain way. Yeah, that's where this is going. They want you to turn on your family. They want you to turn on each other instead of recognizing that they're the problem. The Secretary of Treasury, very, very, very much a very proud Zionist, in coordination with the Attorney General, both as well, shall make available all resources to the maximum extent permitted by law to identify and disrupt financial networks and fund domestic terrorism and political violence. So what they mean is an example of domestic terrorism per the document is civil disorder. Okay. And this is taking it verbatim, guys. So civil disorder, whatever you want to, that very bland thing is now okay. So you protest in a way they think is getting in the way of people trying to do certain things. Okay. You're being charged with civil disorder, civil misconduct. What is the charge actually? Civil disorderly. Okay. That's what that would be. That's an actual charge. So you get, I guess, get given a ticket, domestic terrorism, and then anything you funded or connected to are also now identifiable networks of funding. Now, look, are there things like this that exist? Absolutely. Do you think that's what's going to happen? I don't. I think it's going to be making a case that argues this, like this is a broad, undefinable accusation that will be applied to anybody on the left, which the right will happily lap up. The ones, anyway, that don't have any principles, which are far too many of them at the top. Department of Justice designation. In the course of and as a result of the investigations directed by Section 2, we just read up there, of this memorandum, the Attorney General may recommend that any group or entity whose members are engaged in activities meeting the definitions of domestic terrorism, so civil disorder being one of them, looting, vandalism, all listed up there, okay, merits designation as a domestic terrorist organization. So it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, you see. So you do a thing like civil disorder, you get charged for domestic terrorism, but then you get labeled as an organization. See? And then therefore now your organization can have funding that we can go after. And then we go after any other person you're connected to, even if it's some little, GoFundMe group that you started to help Democrats or whatever it is. It's absolutely mind-blowing what they're doing right now. And I don't even know how this can ever hold up in court, but it doesn't seem like they care about that. Let me read that again. In the course of your investigations directed by what they listed above, that they recommend any group or entity whose members are engaged in activities meeting the definition of domestic terrorism, looting, trespass, destruction of property, threats, civil disorder, swatting, right? Like things that don't even come close to domestic terrorism, like Laura Loomer doxing online or looting a place or civil disorder, which is the most important because it's very benign. It can be something more, but it means as simple as being arrested because you're just, civil disorderly is not complying with a police officer, things like that. Okay. Those meeting any definition merits designation as a terrorist organization. The Attorney General shall submit a list of any such groups or entities to the President through the Assistant to the President and Homeland Security Advisor, all of which are blindly supporting of all of this. The Attorney General and the Secretary of Homeland Security shall designate domestic terrorism a national priority. Yeah, just like it's been for many administrations. Nothing new. This should be alarming. It is alarming. Full force, if necessary. So you're protesting a woman just like this, in a way, by the way, which would be legally protected, that they call you, and they arrest people every day for legally protesting and say you're being civil disorder. Well, now you're a terrorist organization. Should they want to? Now, I'm not the one arguing that should hold up. It's a freaking executive order. I mean, seriously, it's so wildly out of bounds. My point is they don't seem to care, which is all more to the point, isn't it? But here's, as usual, J.D. Vance putting the fine point on it, saying people will go to jail for funding left-wing terrorism, which we just told, but they just showed you means as benign as civil disorder, or being in the wrong place at the wrong time, or being associated with the wrong person in the wrong place. But they're going to go to jail for our ideas of what, it's too much. Now, I really recommend you read this again. Who is a terrorist in Biden's America? You could put Trump's name right there and it would read identical to what's happening today. Damn near, anyway. So, here is the document again for Biden's domestic terrorism strategy. I recommend you take time to read this through. For those that are honest, who may just be misguided because of political, team sport politics out there, read this. And you tell me this does not read identical to what we're dealing with today. In principle, in action, in outcome. 100%. Another key component of the threat comes from anti-government or anti-authority violent extremists. This significant, which by the way means whatever they want it to mean. This is my point about the left coming out with a very alarming, broad problem. All-encompassing. The right comes in with a specific, far more extreme version of the same thing in principle, and they both work together to complete the problem. This significant component of today's threat includes, and by the way, when I say that, I just mean what I'm seeing over the last so many administrations. These things change. Right now, that keeps happening over and over, and you can prove that. But it says the significant component of today's threat includes self-proclaimed militias. See, this is more aimed at the right in this conversation, but it's the same kind of thing about the groups, right? So now we're talking about protesting groups that are pushing back, not to say that there's not obvious manipulation of Antifa, but yes, there are also just people that protest. If you can't acknowledge that, then you're a child. And it says, and militia violent extremists who take steps to violently resist government authority, which, by the way, is legally protected by the Constitution. But who cares? Or facilitate the overthrow of the U.S. government based on perceived overreach. I mean, so seriously, guys, you understand that in the Constitution, it quite literally says it is the people's right to alter or abolish the government if it is not acting in its interests. Now, yes, that's people pretend like that's crazy, but it's no different than saying you have a right to Second Amendment, free speech. It's literally enshrined in the Constitution. And the point was, it's always been the people's power because the government is supposed to be under your control. The Constitution was to control their power, not your actions. So here, the point is you're claiming if you thought you had the right because of perceived overreach to change the government, you are now considered a terrorist. So what's the difference of claiming these people over here see fascism and want to act to change the government? It's the identical outcome. And it says, anarchist, violent extremist. Didn't Trump just say the exact same thing, even though they both misrepresent what anarchism actually is? Who violently oppose all forms of capitalism. We just read that. Corporate globalization and governing institutions, which they perceive as harmful to society. Sovereign citizen, violent extremists who believe they are immune from government authority or laws. Individual or groups who engage in violence or incite imminent violence. You see, all the rest of the buzzwords and kind of partisan narratives, the actual action, the actionable terms, the thing they use in this that will be used to actually go out are all the same. You said something that caused that violence. You're a terrorist. In opposition to legislative, regulatory, or other actions taken by the government. That's identical. It's exactly what's happening today, whether justified or not. Other domestic terrorists may be motivated by violence by single issue ideologies related to abortion. See right here, you can just fill in the other buzzwords for the right by, related to this one, this one, this one. And then the left, it's abortion, animal rights, environment. So it's a point is people acting based on their political views. That's exactly what's happening right now. Or involuntary celibate violent extremists, as well as other grievances. See, just anything else you want to fill it in with, and we'll switch that based on the side. Or a combination of ideological influences. In some cases, individuals may develop their own idiosyncratic justifications for violence that defy right. So if you can't fit into this category, it applies anyway. Oh, that's really great. Absolutely mind-blowing. Just one couple last points on this. Talking about doxing, right? They just told you doxing is terrorism. Here, dirty politics at its worst. MAGA governor candidate under fire for doxing Democrat foe. Look, you can read this. It's very transparent. It's not hard to recognize. They do it all the time. Both sides actively do this. The point is that you're literally putting out a document that says if you dox people, you're a domestic terrorist, and then one of your own people goes out and does that. It's just kind of sad when you recognize how this is designed to trap you. Now, last few points, I just want to highlight some comments. I put this out. Trump says he'll send troops to Portland, Oregon to handle domestic terrorists. Is that what winning looks like? I asked. Sure feels like martial law to me. Jonathan Gibson says, try living here or grow up watching my primo tiny city become human decay and debris hub. Now, whether that's even what's actually happening or not is very, point is people lie about this online for clear agendas, bots, Israeli manipulators, Republican liars. But I do think there's problems in the state. I've lived in Washington. Like I said, I opened restaurants in Portland, I think more than one in Portland and a couple outside of the area. Very familiar with the area, especially living close to it in general. I went there many, many times, stayed there many times. Not to say that I know exactly what's happening today, right? Other than the fact that I can look into the information and educate myself. I went back and forth with somebody earlier I was laughing at who literally made the case about, you've never been. And I laughed at him because I was like, you are the left you think you're making fun of. Can you not look back and see how you laughed at that guy? Here you are saying, you can't speak about Portland because you're not there. That's what he was trying to tell me. But this guy says city budget, $700,000 a year for every homeless person we still drive. Look, I'm not saying there's not obvious government manipulation from the left. 100%. Call it out. If there's a crime, get something going, charge them with that crime, investigate, put them in jail if it's necessary. Now, yes, you could argue, for example, that maybe the entire state government's corrupt. I probably agree with that. You could easily find a legal avenue if the president cared from the FBI to go after people that are doing that. People will argue it's weaponized. You can prove that to present your evidence. Go to court, break it out. See, none of that's happening today, guys. It's all about immediate action without real process, because if they do that, then you start to realize that process works and we can actually have evidence we can discuss and decide. And powerful people can't really just maneuver all the time. They still will and they can, but it's much more difficult when then we are ardently adherent to a process, when we err on principles, care about integrity and honor, right? But my point was simply this. Well, so he's basically saying, but I live here and it's bad. Okay, what are we talking about? An unconstitutional action. That's what we're talking about. So it doesn't matter what you think and feel about how bad it is, unless you're arguing the Constitution shouldn't matter. But that's not what he's arguing. I said, well, then let's ignore the Constitution, since it clearly states shall not be infringed unless Jonathan Gibson feels otherwise. Not like governments can't create circumstances to get us to call for our own subjugation, right? Because that's never happened before, right? We just have to think this through. Like, I get there are problems, but governments will use your problems to rationalize another problem. COVID-19. This person says, how much anarchy are you willing to accept? And how much authoritarianism are you willing to accept? It's a good question, other than the misframing of anarchy. So I said, if you mean chaos, which is not what anarchy means, it means no rulers, not no rules. What's funny is always, it's perfect to recognize that the only ideology that exists that I can see that has no place for rulers is the one they want you to think is chaos, of course. But I said, if you mean chaos, that's for the individual to decide, right? If one breaks the law, charge them. Simple. Anything else is government overreach. As for authoritarianism, zero. See how simple that is? It really is that simple. Now, there are very clearly things people will try to abuse. People may even get away with crime, but it's as simple as it gets. Anything else is creating an opening for the government to go, well, we'll broaden this out because, well, we see it building and we just don't know how to stop it, right? Well, let's remove the constitutional barrier and go after them anyway. That's what's happening. And I agree with Vic Blankenship. Nothing says land of the free like armed soldiers patrolling the streets. Time to wake up, guys. Now, this person I had a good conversation with. I was talking about earlier. I disagree aggressively with the argument that martial law might be justified or necessary. But at least the person has a principled stance and agree and says, like, look, I get it. That, like, you can read it for yourself. The point is that just because people can disagree, even that seriously, like diametric opposites. My point is, I'm not going to like belittle somebody just because they don't have my opinion. See, the point is, if somebody wants to come out and say martial law should happen and makes a case for why they think that makes sense, but acknowledges that, yes, that can, that's a constitutional issue, but I think it should happen. I'll be like, well, that's a fair argument. I disagree. I'll tell you why. But I respect your argument because you made a case and you put out your evidence. Nobody seems to do that anymore. So this is what this is a conversation. I asked, it seems like martial law. He said, yes, I want America safe from domestic terrorists, such as Antifa. Martial law might have to be implemented. Now, you know my opinion. I think they're using this, and I think Antifa is not a terrorist organization, not in the sense they mean it, and that the argument is you're using that to frame you're creating an abstract, large illusion like the war on terror, but at home, and simply saying we have to stop them, so we have to suspend the Constitution to do it, even though they constructed the whole thing, as opposed to just charging people who commit crimes with crimes, right? Okay, so all I said was, bot or not, and I don't mean to insult the person. My point is, who knows these days, and we know that exists. This is what's being promulgated within the Republican base. Very much so. I said, can you imagine what they'd say if Biden or Obama did this? Even if also aimed at Antifa, right? Even if he actually meant that and was like, Antifa's a problem. I see it. Let's go after them. But I need to declare martial law to do it. Let's say Obama said that. Can you imagine what they would have said at that time? These people are revealing they either do not care about the foundation of this nation or they have no principles. Now, he responded by saying, what? This was where was it? Oh, was it, why does everyone think I'm a bot? He said, if Biden cracked down on Antifa, I would have cheered him on big time. If Biden had cracked down on illegal immigration, I would have cheered him on. By the way, Trump let BML Antifa burn down buildings and kill police, and I was pissed, right? So I said, okay, I didn't say that he was a bot, or I said that he's a bot or not, this is happening. My point was that the idea is being pushed. And we all should know by now that bots are constant, hence the statement. My point was clearly about playing team sport politics. If you aren't, outstanding. And he says, fair enough, but to be clear, I hate all politicians equally. I just want the white genocide to stop. We agree with that or not. My point is that this person has a stance and is willing to articulate it, and even willing to argue that the other side did it too. You don't have to agree with what he's saying, but you get my point, right? As opposed to coming out and just playing weird political lie games, he at least has a stance that he's willing to stand by. I disagree, but we can have a conversation about the difference of that and present our points. And there's more to it. We go on to talk about. I said, thank you. I do respect anyone consistent in their principles, even if I disagree. Very important to think about, guys. But the core point is this. People are being convinced that martial law is necessary because bad guys. If you can't recognize that this is the same argument happening in foreign policy, that we need to, who cares about Congress declaring war? Who cares about international law? Who cares about whatever we say next? Terrorism. It's the same. They've been trying to build this same momentum in this country now, and it's happening more than I've ever seen today. Now the argument is Antifa bad, so the only way we can stop it, martial law. Somebody honest will say, yes, Constitution's a problem, but I think the problem's worth it, which is kind of where this guy is going. Now, see, my whole point is that's alarmingly, I think, wrong. But if you wanted to make a genuine argument for why that might be the case we need to make, then do so. Be honest about it. So we can actually have a dialogue about where we are. So many of these liars out there are trying to convince you that this is not only okay, but like within the Constitution somehow. Or at the very least that it's, there's clearly misinformation around it. We are at a point now where, again, the core point to end with, that we have to err, in my opinion, do whatever you want, but I'm pleading with you to think about this, err on the side of your principles. If somebody breaks the law, Antifa, anybody else, charge them with a crime. To create some game of political violence and make it worse because you think they have a certain intention, even if they do, is a bastardization of the law. And they'll guaranteed, like we've seen throughout history, your government will use that, will abuse that, and stretch it out. You have a mouse a cookie, he wants a glass of milk, right? It's just every single, it's It's like a child story that always holds true. And that is where we are. If we allow them to do this, it'll get out of control. It already is getting out of control. And I think right now, more than anybody, the people who need to stand up and do something about it are the conservatives who care about the Constitution, who recognize that this is the wrong path, even if you think it's for the right reasons, and take a principled stance. You will find you have more support than you could possibly realize. Thank you for tuning in today, guys. I hope this resonates with people because I genuinely feel it's just about the most important thing in this country right now. Hopefully we can stand up and make a statement. Thank you for tuning in. I'll see you tomorrow. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.